What's going on, my dudes? We are live. Welcome to SNC Sunday Night Cope Weekend Chat. Not a random discussion today per se, but should be pretty random actually. And yeah, God, I'm your host, Mystery School. Hope you guys have had a good week, good 2 weeks really. It's been quite some time since I last streamed. Probably streamed what on Monday, I believe. So yeah, I've been pretty busy doing my thing. Shout out to the Cope gang for being in here, being involved, being active. And yeah, we're live. We are here. We got 7 folks in the chat already. We should be having a guest today. Hopefully he joins up the on StreamYard. Hope he joins. Yeah, he's late joining, but hopefully he joins soon enough so we can get started on our discussion. He's another fellow Black Pillar YouTuber. His name In the Void. In the Void is his name. Brand new YouTuber. I want to say he's brand new. He's pretty new actually. He's like brand new. He had like 4 videos out, and yeah, definitely seems like he's already gained a lot of subscribers already. So he has videos that have 4,000 views. So this content is spreading to some extent, at least when it comes to newer YouTubers. Anyway, let me see if I can link his channel real quick. Give me a sec. Let me see if I can find his channel. There we go. I linked it in the other thing. So there it is. Hopefully he joins up. Maybe we can get him in here, talk about stuff. How's everybody been doing? Let's take a look at this fucking chat we got going on here. I don't want to wake up if you ain't laying next to me. Nice. I dreamed a dream in times gone by when hope was high and life worth living. Yeah. Chat key, I can't breathe key. I have a dream. Finally. Yeah. What's up, Fried Fetus Delete? What's up, yo? Hi, Mystery. It's over, bro. Retard. Welcome back, my friend. What's up, Dusty? Been a while, my dude. Can barely walk from the squats and kicking the bag. But of course, I did some cardio today. I was really tired this morning, so did like an hour-long cardio session just to get some of that water weight off my ass, and then I'm back on my diet again from this past weekend. So back on my diet for see if I can lose this weight. It's going pretty well so far. Can't complain. Haven't gained any weight. Losing weight pretty consistently, so it's pretty going. It's not going as fast as I thought it would, but it's going pretty well. Cope gang, what's up, guys? What's up, bro? Stay on that copium. Yeah, all this is Cope. Link to his channel, already linked it. What's the sauce in this comment? He left a few months back. Somewhat a thing is everything. It's nothing. It lacks soluble. Second, it is another. It is the other. Sounds familiar. Might sound familiar, yeah. Hopefully he joins. I'm not sure what's going on. He has to make an account or something? I have no clue. Sorry, I'm late. I'm here now. Are you sure you're here now? Maybe it's a troll. Maybe we got trolled. It's possible. You never know. Thumbs up. What's up, buddy boy? What's up, Drolix? Where have you been? Dude, I've been doing my thing, living my life. What if it's the Billy guy? I laughed my ass off, dude. He earned this one. He would have earned this one. DBDR is the Blackpool Rookie of the Year so far in 2022. Really? All we have been doing is accelerating, rotting without SNC. Hey, man. We're just coping hard. Heard you lost your Discord. Wait, what? Yeah, they banned me. They banned who? They banned you off Discord? When did that happen? Manosphere is a wasteland now. It kind of is. No one talks about this stuff anymore. Stuff is going to die at some point. Is that what you really? Is that what you mean by that comment? It might mean something else. But when I said wasteland, especially the black pill sphere is a huge wasteland. There's not really a lot to talk. I don't say talk about, but like we've just discussed the issues to death, and yeah. Bro, even Foyds are starting to get a bit black pilled. They're complaining about having to compete and share Chad. Is that really blackpilling for a woman? I guess it kind of is blackpilling. I guess it's like what? He's not just fucking me. He's fucking everybody else too. Wow, unfair. Well, what do you expect to fucking happen? Like, come on, can't be this fucking. Yeah, that's fucking stupid. Banned Discord isn't a badge of honor, to be honest. I've never liked Discord, to be told. Never liked that Discord stuff. Too much. I have one, but I don't want to use it. Too parasocial for me. That guy Pete carrying the torch nowadays, he's combining red and black pill. So a crimson pill. Banned off Discord. You can still reach me via email, but I've been lazy to get back on Discord. I was starting to become a time sink. Technical back, I was based too. I was too based. Oh. Yeah, I never get stuck in the time sink of Discord. Never happens to me. Women cheer men all the time and all throughout history. Women cheer men, yeah. Always have, always will. Yep, oddly enough, the reason why the black pill is getting less bad rep is because everybody hates the red pillars and the red pillars hate the black pillars. Cyanide pill. Everyone I subscribe to has ceased almost all content producing. Yeah, I mean, I can't say I blame them, dude. This fear was already dying to begin with, so like when the big guys leave, the little guys are kind of left to fend for themselves, and you're kind of sitting down here wondering what the fuck you're supposed to be doing. Just keep making content for the sake of making content. Like, what the fuck's the point? It really is. It's come to a point to where like if you can't find people to show up or come on the stream anymore, it's kind of like what the fuck's the point of having these conversations anymore? People aren't going to join, aren't going to do anything. So what are you gonna do? Like nobody's really producing anything original here. It's all about this. It's the same shit over and over again. I will write you email Drelix. Yeah. My dirty ass boomer McTard boss thinks he's Chad because he visited swingers bars and thinks he still has it. He watches Boomers and Cars channel and thinks women actually hit the wall. Wow, poor guy. Dude's so fucking lost in the fucking. He is lost, dude. Only the men at the top. He is one of the stupid boomers who spends thousands of euros. That euros are pounds. I think it's euros. I think that's pound, I believe, on MGTOW courses and coaching and phone calls. That's horrible. That's horrible. He's getting fucking literally fucking wrecked when it comes to his wallet. Wallet getting wrecked, dude. He's getting robbed. Guess you got wheat waffles. Oh god, yeah. Not gonna lie, Discord was based for memes and some base voice chat discussions or sessions rather. Medican, Black Pill, yeah, Mystery has my email. Yeah. Can't go back to traditional political talk like Fox News angers. It's definitely hard to go back. I mean, they kind of get boring after a while. DBR's chat, NPC for neat friend, there's an autism buck looking for fucking his GF and always for friends. They are low IQ. It's kind of weird how that comment got blocked. I can see it over here, but you can't see it over here once you have the top chat on. So weird. The wall for women is either when they lose their fertility or when they lose access to Chad. Yeah, well, they lose access to Chad far slower than they lose fertility access. Fertility access, it starts declining around like age 35, 36. You know, like it starts going down real fucking steep. Hit age 40, dog, is over. Age 40, you're out of eggs. You got nothing left. So Yeah, age fucking matters, dude. That's what it comes down to. Been rejected by Eve. He's a very talented black trucker, and so I've been watching Rejected by Eve. Oh, black trucker incel. Interesting. He's a former Chad who runs third generation of family business with typical 55-year-old who's thinking it out of date. He got divorced great by a Stacy wife whom he met at university. Dang. Well, whoa. They made my Granny Max video have it on a suicide watch warning now to fucking laugh. Wow. Hope Last comes on today. I want to discuss technological slavery. Maybe he'll come on. Who knows? And age restricted. Holy shit. I mean, green pie's practice for Chad. I see a few more mainstream conversations about population decline, in my opinion. Yeah, some people are talking about it. It's not nearly being talked about enough. I guess it really depends on what your priority is, though. If you don't care about the population decline, if you don't care about the population decline at all, or you think it's not really an issue, you're probably not going to fucking bother to fucking bring it up. But you are seeing some talk about this population decline because at the end of the day, it does benefit the elites to have some. Not a lot of people, but some amount of people. You can't have a birth rate so fucking low where you have nobody left. How would your system even work at that point? So you need people power to get stuff done, whether you like it or not. Whether it's new thoughts or new coding or new something else, a little more abstract. Not everything has to be some construction worker or something like that. One can see people have the ability to think abstractly, and I'm not saying those guys don't, but it's a whole different story. Well, what you're capitally capable of. Either way, I'm kind of going off on a tangent here, but at the end of the day, yeah, they're covering the population decline to some extent. I mean, on some platforms, though. I think I've seen it on CNBC. They have to do the little documentary videos where they discuss stuff, and they had it on there a few times. You're seeing it kind of everywhere now. Not everywhere, but some places. So can't go back. I'm not going back to PUA either to tolerate some old MGTOWs. Another problem with this is that they're having the conversation, but they're not really discussing why it's happening. They're just discussing around the margins of oh yeah, this is an issue we have to come to terms with. Okay, but why is this happening? It couldn't possibly be because we gave a certain group of people rights, a certain group of people benefits and rights and all that stuff like that. It can't possibly be because of that. No, it has to be because of something else. So yeah, they're never going to have that conversation about what has a feminism and the pill and this and that and all the stuff that we had around sexuality done to our sexual reproductive strategies, and what's going on with the women. The men are pretty easy to placate and get under control. It's the women you have to worry about when it comes down to okay, well, is society going to have the balls to tell them what to do with their bodies or not? And the question kind of becomes does the government have the right to even bother to do that? That's what it comes down to. Can't go back. I'm not going back to PUA or that one. Let's see, Four Soul Sniff. No, not a bad weekend so far. My God. What's up, Upstate Cell? Did you like that squall? Feel sorry for American cells who can't even legally visit a hooker. Here in London, we can get Eastern European hookers for $200 an hour. Dude, hookers are the way of the future, my dude. You might as well fuck hookers. Not even lying, dude. It's so fucking worth it. If you have money, you can just literally throw away. You don't care about it. You have time. You might as well fuck a few hookers, dude. Not even lying. You can get pretty decent ones depending on where you're at, and depending on the city you're in, you have a lot of variety. And depending on where you're at, the odds of being it really depends on your state, but the odds of you being caught is extremely low. You have to be probably an idiot to get caught nowadays. So, especially if you just follow the escort cell guide, he has so many guides about the stuff that it's pretty easy to kind of figure it out and do it on your own. So, Elon Musk posting about it brought the mainstream, yeah, a little bit. Better Bachelor did a video on China's birth rate decline is reaching red pill in mainstream media, so I've seen. Mainstream media, yeah, to some extent, depending on the channel. And does it get covered as primetime news? No, but does it get covered somewhat? Yeah. Is it reaching a red pill sphere? Yeah, I definitely agree with that. It definitely has reached the red pill sphere for sure. The red pill guys are starting to talk more about like China and America's birth rate and the birth rate in general. I seen it discussed on Chris Williamson's channel, I believe that's his name, Chad Williamson, and that guy. So yeah, it's being talked about. Sorry about the burp. It was just pronounced on the radar. So the really scary thing is it seems everything being talked about has been talked about by professionals since the early 1960s. So I think it's less awareness and more it doesn't matter. Well, this goes for a lot of things, though. At the end of the day, if people don't, are people aware? Like, is the general public aware of these issues, though? Because like when you live in a representative democracy, like you would think like, okay, like obviously they don't represent you perfectly, but like if there was enough uproar and upcry about this issue, they might actually talk about it. But the problem is that who knows? Actually, that might be fucking a blue pill fucking thoughts right there when it comes down to politics. Yeah, they might know about stuff and just not give a fuck because they're actually at the top parts of power and they see all the stuff going on down here. So if they don't have the ability to stop it or don't even want to stop it, then what the fuck's the point? Like it might even be like they don't even want to stop it. They don't see that there's a real issue here. Say, okay, well this is exactly what we want going on. This is the plan. So yeah, might actually be this little bit blue pill thinking right there on my part. The less people, the more resources for the average normie. I'm too scared of catching something from a hooker and still can't get laid. I can't get a black chick because I'm Doug Max, so I'm stuck. Well, then don't. I mean, I don't tell you then, dude. Blew cold air into the house. Okay. Some countries need to die, to be honest. Created a nice move, fine shroud of snow on the ground. Whenever I bring a population decline, everyone celebrates it due to global warming. Yeah, you'll see more celebration about it too. I have actually seen this happen too as well. It's either that or they say the world's overpopulated, too many people, so we have to get rid of the people now. So they actually don't care. But they don't see the societal implications of that belief, though. Like, okay, that's fine. If you want to think that way, that's perfectly fine. But there are implications and there are consequences for believing in and enacting those policies on the human species. It's going to happen. Like, you're going to have a population decline, and you're going to have to go through some pretty hard times to get the rollback in order. So, you're going to have kind of fucked. Yo, Mister, did you hear about Carol Adams' speech at the Beyond Meats conference last week? Watching on stream for some lulls. The Beyond Meats conference, the fuck? I mean, they're super easy to please. Yeah, really. Doesn't take much. At least makes fun for a game of Spot the Cuck. Let me see a fun game of Spot the Cuck. Okay. Was even covered in the China Week article that a week ago that BB covered. We even covered that China article weeks ago that BB. Oh wow, yeah, we're so ahead of the game. Hell, they might even be watching our shit. Who fucking knows, dude? They're like, oh yeah, we got to watch these black hole streams. See what they guys got to do. It's like only a handful of us left, and we're like, fuck it, dude. We're not gonna produce content for you guys for free. Hookers, blackjack and hookers, dude. Joy the decline, literally. The problem is prostitution is illegal, sadly. I agree, it's illegal. See how that different like attack mountains and valleys is worthless. What the fuck? With my PP was 8 inches. Oh boy. I don't care about the fate of humanity anymore. Just want you guys to have some fun before it's over. Douchebag law. Avant-garde confirmed. The quality of women good. Only problem is for the average black male in London, you either work at KFC or McDonald's on minimum wage and earn $200 a week, or thug max to obtain money illegally. Hookers are expensive. Yeah, that's true. Especially the good ones. If you want to you could find some cheap ass I don't know, what do you call the crappiest hotel in town in your fucking area? So you get one of those, catch something. But if you go to the decent ones, yeah, they're fucking somewhat clean. They're never gonna be truly clean, but it is what it is. You aren't using it. Meaningless, you aren't using it. I'm not an expert on this, but there are exercises you can do to help it get bigger. Oh my god. Imagine earning $200 a week, paying a hooker $200 for an hour, left $100 after working 40 hours. Yeah. Nah, dude. I can imagine that's kind of rough, dude. How do you guys are really working like low tier jobs like that? Wow, I couldn't imagine getting paid $300 a week, dude. I guess I've done it before, or every 2 weeks. I guess every 2 weeks is $600. Every like week, man, you're getting paid like, my god. Either way, depending on how often you get paid, when you get paid, after fucking taxes, you might walk home with like, what, 2 grand. So you made 4 grand, you walk home with 2 grand, some shit like that after your taxes and deductions and stuff like that for your health insurance and all that crap like that. And then like you come home to like, like I don't know, it's just kind of fucked. Like when depending on how much money you make is like really decides how much of a good of a life you can live for sure. So for these guys here making $300 a week, dude, they're fucking can't pay for anything really. You guys don't have copes. They have like low tier copes. Later, I understand what Helbit was getting at. Do you even watch what want a crazy birth rate? Should everyone even breed? Depends. Everything has its pros and cons. If you have less people breeding, then you can have a more concentrated not birth rate, concentration on the kids themselves. So like the kids will have plenty of resources to manage their lives to keep them pretty happy and keep them well fed and stuff like that. But it's kind of like taking like a case strategy on our case strategy, I believe, same idea. Where the case strategy is where you actually like put an investment into the kids. It doesn't necessarily mean they're always going to be invested into, but in general, though, they'll be invested into. They'll have more resources between the kids themselves. So it's really a matter of what you're looking for. Whereas R, where you have a bunch of kids and you kind of take care of them kind of haphazardly, well, then of course you're going to have a lot of fucked up kids in that system. So yeah, you do even want a crazy birth rate? Probably. You want a relatively birth rate that's like pretty stable. Maybe like 3 kids per family, so you have enough kids to where like okay, like we're making one new kid a year, or a one new kid every generation, and that's good enough. Versus if you have like birth rate of like one kid per fucking family, that's horrible, dude. You're not even replacing yourselves. Public schools is fucked. They think it's got Chad 19, but the issue was from way before it. Some still think that 10 billion population is coming. So yeah, I don't believe shit not anymore. So basically, taxes against all forms of prostitution, just as bad as dating apps. Is it? How is it just as bad as dating apps? Because like, the way I view it is like, okay, like if you're on this website to get railed out by like what 20, 30 dudes in a week, then like that's kind of like your whole point. Dating apps, I guess the implication of a dating app is it's supposed to be about dating. It's supposed to be about dating, even though people use it for hookup shit. But like, I don't know. Pay me, not pay me later at this point. That's the way I view it. Yeah, sure, prostitution's illegal, so you definitely shouldn't do it. Especially if your area is not safe. So Model Mayhem is a good place to find local normie sluts. No, I'm saying they're painfully oblivious, which is why even thinking for a second that some awareness is occurring as the MCM scripts the detritus from the forums for clickbait is so unbased. We may not want a crazy birth rate, but at least want to stay. Yeah. Eastern European girls are good tier Beckys and Stacy from Poland, Russia, and Romania. They're very materialistic and they rush the service to make you finish. If we had brothels, then the whole STD issue can be negated. It can. Yeah, very true. He's right. While having a family to enjoy it, I lose incentive. Yeah, we have high taxes in the UK, but we do have free healthcare. I mean, there are always replicants. Oh god. And the argument with you guys that want family or don't want prostitution, I'm sorry, but you must go eat shit. You have no solution to those. I mean, you'll pay the woman who cucks you more. My dude, aren't you just a fucking yeah? You're I mean, what? You're paying what? $200 to get your willies done, get your shit off, and then like you're paying $200, right? That's all you got to pay. Versus the woman who will cuck you, take half your shit, take the kids in your house, and yeah, leave your ass fucking penniless and broke. I mean, come on. Hookers in London can be good and cheap. Who cares if they aren't Stacy's? I agree with that. Yeah, if they turn 18, which most of them are, the standard pay, particularly for those on the spectrum when they aren't eating glue. Oh no! Let me just shoot this guy another invite link. Maybe he'll fucking join. Give me a sec, guys. I don't know what's going on with this guy. Maybe he's not going to join. Who knows? Bum, 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 bum. There you go, buddy. Here's your new link. Maybe you'll join this time. Who knows? Brutal wage sell moment. You can get crack dick addicts, street hookers, and London for $80 to $100 an hour, but that's pretty much guaranteed disease territory. You'll have to chop your pee off after. Help a massive amount of self-development and with equals will lose their kids to the state, even though they don't want kids and are very lost. Yeah, this place is fucking lost as fuck, dude. Taking a trip to see my new rental apartment in a different town tomorrow. I've been riding in the same place for over 10 years. This is a big deal for me. Wish me luck, friends. Dang. People in the BP space be saying online dating is the same as real life dating, but it's probably changed. Women are actually on Tinder less, thus meaning there are less women on there for men. Oh yeah, I think there's definitely some. I don't know. I don't know the stats or data for this, but it wouldn't surprise me if some of these women were all dating the same guy. Like it wouldn't surprise me, dude, at all. They're all dating the same 3 or 4 guys, and they're all actually like dating this guy, or at least they think they're dating this guy. They think they really have a chance with this guy. He's just like banging them all out and calling it a day, and then being with somebody else. He has like one main girlfriend and a bunch of side chicks. Wouldn't surprise me at all. So yeah. In the UK, the only instance I see are white dudes, Indian, they're married to, or an LTR. Blacks are all in relationships. Dang. Yeah, the UK is sheet for opportunity. I love how Americans an uneducated trucker can earn 100K in a year. UK is either university educated or at minimum wage slavery, especially in London, high rent. Yeah, well, London, I've heard is fucking horrible, dude. Fucking horrible. May the rates be ever in your favor. There, I'm just looking for friends. Only swipes on chat. Status in the UK associated with income as well in the US. I've heard it is actually more of a cultural hierarchy. Dude wants no solution, just to bitch. It's not real. Your sub 5 will never be real. Yeah. It's a big thing in UK. Even whites are from working class backgrounds have difficulty getting top office job. Never mind as black cells. Dude, the Indians you see in LTRs are arranged marriages getting cucked. As far as I know, white guys are getting more ethnic Beckys in London. Well, they're getting with like Southeast Asia chicks for sure. I guess you want to be ethnic. I guess what you mean by that, but yeah, a lot of those not Japanese per se, but definitely Korean, fucking Thailand, fucking Filipinos. They're all coming over here, dude. I coin it bitching your way evolution t-shirts to invite a war. They got bitches and got them. If you need to get married in order to get female attention or any type of marriage, you are an incel. I think my best IRL friend might have committed suicide. Haven't heard from him in weeks, but I'm afraid to look up the local news to see. Oh my god. I'm sorry to hear that. If it's really to commit suicide, I'm like, this fucking fuck, dude. That's so fucked. Places have become like Xmas lights in a box, but you start pulling harder and harder on it, and now the knot is even bigger and more lost than ever. Why are all the content producers leaving? Oh boy, what the fuck's the point? Well, why they complain to get their rights, so now the testosterone and gender swap is nearly complete. Men's thought process merged into a form of theirs. So men now think they can get just bitch to get what they want, but it usually only works if you are LARP as trans. Also, most of the decent women are married and not on apps. They are functioning as cogs of society as intended. I'd believe that. In the UK, the only ink-12 I see are blank or white dudes. Poos are getting married, LTR, curry cells, and the myth. Inkle TV and face are wrong. Really? Yes, whites are the biggest inkwells in UK with a few exceptions. Some black cells over here too, usually introverts. Yeah. Shit's getting fucked, dude. It's been a half hour already. All these guys coming on. We need to ask Tisson about this. That is Tisson, dude. Historically speaking, men didn't bitch. They just took what they want through violence or schemes. Yes, where is Jack Tisson? Where the fuck is Jack Tisson? I know where Jack Tisson is. He's right here. This is Jack Tisson. Bonnie Princess Tisson. Yeah, dude. What's up, Mystery? Hope all is well. What's up, Shift? Shift Finance. Oh, yes, he's starting his company now. Are UK whites just disperse get fucked? But now their testosterone is gone, only left estrogen and bitching. Feels good not to have to work tomorrow, dude. Feels really fucking good. Let's see. I'm sorry, I was taking a little break. The most delusional guy in the world would go out on a Friday or Saturday night in any town in the UK. You'll see that the white guys howl the women. Okay. Why is everybody trying to cuck my memory with all these different names? White dudes inkwell in UK. Gotta call slight snow nationalist cap on that one. I already know the next talking point after that. The Curry, they're all arranged marriage, Max, and then they marry used up for Curry Foyds who have been with whites in uni, only settled due to family encouragement to marry an educated Curry cell. Is that really true? I don't know how true that is. I have no evidence to back up what he's saying here. I kind of have to assume what he's saying here is somewhat true though. I can see a few of those girls getting ran the fuck through by a bunch of white chads and then getting it's like an easy sport fuck for him. Kind of fucks her, calls it a day, and then he ends up passing the torch to somebody else. You know, he passes down to somebody else, and they fuck her, and they pass it on to somebody else. She gets ran through by like 10 dudes out of a fucking frat party, and then when she's at uni, you know, she gets out of uni, she's ready to marry some schmuck. That dude's not there anymore, so she fucking falls through the cracks. I don't know, but assuming she finds some schmuck to marry, some Curry cell to marry, she'll marry that guy, and they'll have usual fucking starfish sex. She'll call it a day. If testosterone but logic are outnumbered and they cannot mass in an army of sluts, money it is. Do you know blank inkwells in the UK? They are usually neats with high IQ. That's the brutal truth. I walk in the hospital. There are no inkwell males amongst South Asians and Africans, from cleaners, porters, to nurses, to corporate. They are all in LTR married. Huh. And most of them are first-generation immigrants with paired back home. Yeah, probably why. Guaranteed. I wonder what Tails BP has been up to. I have no clue. College was a mistake. If someone is neat as agoraphobia might be on illegal house arrest. They are the best people to 100% take on social scene. Yes, it's true. That's who I would take my fucking advice from, dude. Nice to hear. Whites take ethnic women on the daily. Yeah. Seems like all the chicks in relationships are married. He has so many damn views. He does. It's fine with me. I don't give a fuck. They're wrong, but right. You see, in the UK, it's mainly white people, so of course you're going to see white cells. However, at the same time, the white men are getting most of the pussy also. School, you are shadow banned. I keep having YouTube try and substitute mystery school bus. Their kids are usually fucked. Well, we are riding on the short bus here. Oh boy. Well, there you go. Immigrants and conceptions. The kids of those immigrants are struggle, especially the Curry. They have security called them in clubs if they approach. Swear to God, the whites seem to think they have it worse than dating on either snow gnats or complete mental cells. What's up, my one cell? What's up, dude? Swear to God, the whites just think I don't know. Second gen to beyond careers or incel, very high possibility with all the education and society around. Sneed. Yeah, Sneed. Exactly. You read the mystery school short bus. Fucking what's that name? Miss Frizzle. With the frizz? No way. Too bad I don't know. I guess we'll call me Mr. Mystery. Just a magic fucking mystery school bus. Short bus. It's funny though how all those kids, they were riding the short bus and they were riding around with Miss Frizzle. They're all like dumb kids, the dumbest kids in the school, going on these crazy ass adventures, dude. At this point, it's a cab. Mystery, all the creatures here intentionally poison the well by knowledge are so unaware they are unconsciously doing it. Are so unaware they're unconsciously doing it. I'd believe it, dude. I'd believe it. I really would. It wouldn't surprise me, actually. Because, like, if you just been raised to, like, poison the well, you're probably going to poison the fucking well, dude. Like, if it comes down to. You know, all your parents have ever done is poison the well, and then you want that from your parents, you poison the well too, so you want to poison the well all the time. Shit's fucked, dude. Frizzle was hot. Oh, God. You gotta think that race, height, genuinely curious. Oh, you gotta think that's race. Oh, God. Well, can't race somewhat decide height? Can't race somewhat decide or definitely decide your looks. It can decide a whole bunch of stuff about you. So, like, you know, if you luck out, like, I'm saying on average here too, like, you can take the average European, the average African American, the average African, the average Asian. You know, you throw all these groups together, you can get a general average of what those groups will look like, and they won't look the same typically. So you can't be in a majority white country with all the white beauty standards, but somehow have how all the ethnics are taking all the women just a goofy ass take. Harry says the only uncles when they lose contact with their families, then they are turbo cells. No, an Indian curry cell who I went to school with did well, became a dentist, 5'6". He worked very hard in arranged marriage. Max Curry Floyd, who I knew slept around with a load of whites. Dang. Depends on location. I mean, it's remarkable how intellectually regressive this place is. Is it intentional or unconscious? Oh, it might be could be unconscious for sure. Could be the way we are. Faith, race, height. On purpose. I remember after college with 5'2" and Slade, he smelled very nice and tactical. Yes, the tactical soap. What fixed the issue. I've seen showing white guys get a woman while the tall black guys doesn't. But then again, the opposite can be true in a different location. How can I contact you, Slob, bro? I have so many stories about incels in hospitals, curry nurses, doctors footing with nurses, etc. It's over. with a man slayer in South Asia who's white. So I say race equals height minimum. In uni, one of the guys I met now at uni club actually even messed around like the whites. Her Corey still study so hard. Used only to have a youth Curry Floyd who everyone slept with. Dang. I know of a man with receding hairline pulling and marrying cute Stacy 20-year-old. Okay. Okay, same. I know a guy at 5'5", white passing, and has been with 2 prime age Floyds. No matter how you no matter how you cruising on down Main Street, relaxing, feeling good. Look at it; it's over for mystery. Worst thing is that sort of shit is happening in India as well. I see actors are wrong, but right. They're wrong, but right. And you see the UK is mainly a white people. Yeah, I remember I was walking around the store today, or store yesterday and today. I was just noticing all like the older looks matched couples and how like things were relatively normal back then. That chick, she might have got passed around once or twice, but like it wouldn't like ran the fuck through like these chicks are now. And now it's like you're looking back now, you're like, oh my god, like you're looking like at your parents and looking at your your uncles and aunts and stuff like that. And you're looking at them saying like, man, you guys would be incels if you were down here. Like you'd be have no clue what it's like in the dating market. Like you guys at least have a looks match. I mean, like the reality of that, don't even, you can't even access our looks match. Dude. We're all sitting up here fucking down here wondering what's going on. Sit up here and fucking Christ, down here. Let's get some music on real quick. Let's get some music on. Might as well get some music going since I don't think our guest is coming on today. Might as well get some music going. Not jazz. We're gonna put on some synthwave. Fuck it. Share screen. Share screen. Share screen 2. Okay, there's that. Close that down. See what we get going on here. There you guys go. Yeah, there you go. Bro, I discovered your channel like 3 years ago. Pretty dope. Nice. What's up, Warfa Duala? Warfa Duala. Boom, 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 boom. Someone said +1. Do you think it's gay to smash? Yeah. Imagine striving all your life to be settled for. Well, nobody competes in the Olympics aiming for bronze, but men are supposed to do it. Yeah, that's true, Doug. Can you play louder? This is really quiet. I can go a little louder. I think I'm gonna go a little louder. That's a little bit louder. I think so. 80s max. Yeah, dude. They are women though. Oh god, you wish. Maybe that's what you want to do, dude. But I'm good. I'll keep the regular holes. I don't want them fucking stitched up fucking abominations on me, dude. Fuck that crap. A little louder. Tails has the power to spread artificial womb, art awareness, but they are all want to just bitch about women. Hey, dude. Let them hang to about women, dude. Fuck it, dude. If they were ladies, they'd just be women, not Lady Moon. Do you have anything work? It can work depending on where you go. If they chose to out you, to X you out based on genetics, your next best option technology. Yeah, I feel sorry for the curry sills, but not gonna lie, the curry boys in the UK are sexy. They're materialistic as hell. Their curry sills in the UK obsess over cars and design brands. They say genetics alone is over, but refuse actual science. So bizarre. It's been 46 minutes. Let's copy clipboard. There you guys go. I'll be back in a second. Let me should I meme this? Or just leave the music on. What should I do, guys? You guys want memes? You guys want a meme? I don't have any new memes today, but I do have I had the standard Pepe intermission memes. This one goes so well with it. Fuck it, dude. Actually, no. We can do a non-Pepe meme here. You guys hear this? Hope it's still going. I don't know. Well, every time I do this, it seems like not to happen anymore. So. Here we go, guys. We're back. We're back. Dusty Jones. That you, buddy?
Jays, how's it going?
What's going on, my dude? Been a while, man.
MLC, yeah, man. You've been AFK for a while.
I have been. Yeah.
You've just been taking a break after your tests.
I'm taking a little break after all these streams. It takes like 2 days in a row. It's kind of rough, dude. Not gonna lie. Like it's kind of rough to come up with content, come up with find a new meme, and it's like, oh god, did you share that meme already? You got to find new memes, find something.
You need a secretary.
Yeah, you almost need like an assistant to fucking find the memes for your ass and the whole apparatus to do stuff for you. But we're not big enough for that, so just some little tiny channel. So
it's all good. Welcome back, man.
Yeah, no problem, my dude. Yeah,
have this corner of the internet.
Yeah, for sure. I noticed that the Incel Discord's gone.
Yeah, what happened, man? Like
I have no clue. The big one's gone.
You never really posted it though, right?
I never posted on the Discord, really, truth be told. So I didn't really like. Did I miss it? Kinda. Like whenever I went on there, there was always some interesting discussion going on. But like in general, though, I was like, I can do without it, I guess.
Are you afraid of like surveillance? Is that why, or just you don't want to get involved?
I don't really have a lot to contribute per se. Like I'm kind of like, okay, well, it's kind of hard to come up with stuff off the top of your head to like say. So I'm kind of like chilling and seeing what other people post, and occasionally I'll hop on the stream and I'll hop on the chat sessions and just kind of chat there. But other than that, I really don't feel like I have enough to like flesh out an opinion about something, on the regular chat thread. So
for sure.
Yeah. So yeah, you said you had a few stories to tell us, right?
Oh hell yeah, yeah. I got a few. I'm just curious, like what level of controversial topics are okay for your channel? Like, do you think we'll get banned for talking about like Transformers or the new Ted K movie?
As long as you use the correct terminology, like the Transformers, you say Transformer, that's pretty good. Keep it Transformer or keep it Decepticon, something like that, whatever you want to call it. And you just make sure you use the right terms. Try not to use the word TRANS, like you can't say stuff like that. As far as like calling them misgendering them, I guess it's not that big a deal. I mean, I don't really give a fuck. Or I'm sorry if you want to consider it to be misgendering, but like I'm using their terminology and I'm not trying to say like I agree with that type of shit. But yeah. So as long as I don't know, and then any other controversial topic, just like run it by me to before you say it. So, but yeah.
What about that Ted K movie? Because I really want to talk about his philosophies.
That's fine. We talked about stuff before a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit. It comes up occasionally, so
for sure. Well, I guess the Transformer topic is more apropos considering the new Incel TV video posts about male to female. No, the other way, right? Female to male. That we're experiencing some trouble in the dating market. Yeah. No. Have you seen the video?
No, I haven't seen it, no.
Okay, well, it's about basically these women, essentially, that transformed into males thinking that they would be inducted into this male patriarchy and they would have all these new privileges. The lies essentially, essentially the lies that they've been fed through these feminists. But once they finally make the jump, they realize how hard it is in the dating market, let alone outside life in general. Like, imagine a 5'3" or 5'4" woman with a small frame becoming quote unquote male, and once they become male passing, they just get treated like absolute shit. They talk about how they in the past they thought the patriarchy was real. But once they, became male passing, people would just mock them for their height, just out of nowhere. People that they didn't even know, even in a professional setting, they would just belittle them and become the butt of all jokes. And it's kind of a wake up call to how hard it is to make it. One of them talked about how essentially in the past she wouldn't have to worry about being approached or being alone, essentially, because it happens all the time. It's like water to them, it's like a fish in water.
Yeah,
they get all the attention. But once you become a man, like they explicitly said this, they were confronted with the possibility that if they didn't risk going out there and approaching people, like they're literally going to be forever alone. and it's it's really something that men have to come to terms with so early in life, and it's interesting to see in this distorted society sort of the female perspective on how hard it is. I think these people, I can, I can genuinely sympathize with them. um I know a lot of people don't, but I can see they're the only people that really would know both sides of the aisle. They're the only quote unquote woman that would really know what it's like to be a man. So to some degree, granted. That's what I have to say about that video. But I work at I'm training to become a doctor. So one of my clinic duties I spent in the Transformer clinic.
Oh God.
And yeah. So this is what I want to talk to you about. So I would say this was the most surreal experience that I've had in my career so far. I mean, imagine the internet becoming real life. Like things you read about on Twitter, things you read about on memes. This is essentially becoming flesh right in front of you. This was an entire day of seeing patients that uh, were on testosterone, were on estrogen. Like this one couple, very vividly. I'll like change their identifiers so for HIPAA or whatever. But this man comes in like a high class businessman. He comes in um, with his wife together, and he's talking about how for the longest time he thought he was a woman. Like he knew in his heart he was a woman. This whole time his wife is just sitting there like silent, and so I'm listening to this like in disbelief. Like this guy, he's not like he's in the upper, I would say like upper middle class echelon of society where this kind of thing might be more acceptable.
Yeah.
But yeah, like like the liberal elite essentially.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so I could see the wife. The wife I think was like a teacher or something. She was agreeing with like at least on the surface she was agreeing with it because on some level they have to, like, because otherwise they would be being hypocritical with their own beliefs, like that they're and I could see it in her face, like she really didn't like it, but she had to accept that this was what was happening in her life now, that her husband was literally going to become a woman. And it was just unbelievable. I felt at first I felt pity for her, kind of thinking, like imagine this woman, poor woman who married this husband, and now it's not her choice, but her husband wants to become a woman, has this essentially mental illness, and then I thought more about it, and then uh, I realized like this is the Karen that pushed all of this on the kids, probably like all of her students, like she was probably one of those people that was promulgating this whole transformer thing in the first place, and it's just actually a case. It's not a case of her being a victim. It's actually, I think, a case of where the chickens are kind of coming home to roost. You never think, as these people probably never imagine in their entire lives that their own husband or their own children are going to become one of these people. It's always something. It's kind of like the whole NIMBY attitude, I would imagine, where it's always happening to somebody else, but not to them. I don't know. That's kind of how I imagined it in my mind. So, that. What do you think?
Yeah. That's the thing you said at the end is very true. People never expect it to happen to them. This is the same reason why I believe a bent marriage or gay marriage got so popular over the last few years, because like one of the reasons is that people who were maybe under wraps about being gay came out to their families, and now all of a sudden those family members have had a gay family member that they didn't want to be persecuted anymore, so they end up passing gay marriage and stuff like that. So very 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 akin to that, where like people don't seem to care about stuff unless it's in their own backyard, and it's all of a sudden it's like, what, this is a big deal. Like this is a big deal now. So like we're kind of like it's very much the opposite of that, where it's like this chick's now sitting there looking around like, what have I been propagating in my household about transformers and being not nice trans people and stuff like that. It's just very true.
Yeah, it's like what? My
Like,
husband's
this can happen
taking
to me.
estrogen.
Like, this is my yeah.
This is my
Yeah, you just
life
don't see it
now.
coming, dude.
Okay.
It's a very interesting story though, because like normally that is the typical pathway. Oftentimes, where it's like it's oftentimes it's female to or male to female. It's very rare to have female to male, transformers. So it's very odd that not very odd. It's kind of like, wow, well, what do you know? He got caught up in it too. So
It's so bizarre, it's so surreal that anything like this. The whole time I'm thinking, is this real? Like, is this allowed? And they're talking about how the estrogen was gonna give him like little breasts and stuff like that, and how that's normal to like or to happen over the course of a few years. And he's like, "Oh, hey, I know this. Puberty isn't over a day. And I'm like, the whole time I'm like, this can't this can't be happening. There were a bunch of female to male as well. Um, there was one that was incredibly passing. I thought it was a dude, like 100%, and he was married and had a beard and everything. He was, I mean, that person was actually pretty cool, to be honest. But in all in all honesty, this kind of stuff, the implications to society, I bet you we're only seeing the tip of the iceberg right now.
Hey, what's up? Are we good? Can you hear me?
This Medican?
yeah, with American.
Yeah, what's up? Thanks for having me. Hey, so how's the
problem.
audio?
Sounds a little bit loud, but it's pretty good.
Yeah. Dusty, you mentioned two topics, Transformers and Kaczynski. So when we shift to the Kaczynski topic, I think I will have some observations.
Let me transition this way. You see what I did? Transition the topic this way. Okay, so Kaczynski talks a lot about like his manifesto actually opens with the critique of liberals. Did you guys know this? Like he critiques leftism in America. And that's his opening statement. And he was talking about essentially how they are drones to the system. Like they don't actually believe the things that they're like protesting against. It's essentially a form of virtue signaling. And this was all he had all these insights before the internet. So it's kind of remarkable how things have played out. But it comes out of a sense of inferiority, he says, and need to belong to kind of this larger group dynamic. So Ted K, this new movie, I think, was a great portrayal of the man. Like it's a very sympathetic depiction of him. It's not depicting him as some sort of crazy person per se. Like his ideas are given respect, I would say. And do you agree, Medican? Did you watch the movie?
Yeah, of course. No, the movie. Well, you mean the trailer? Yeah. The trailer is literally artistic. And
they portray him.
I wanted to dissect it on my live stream, but then I switched back to the guests, and they were talking about autism, lookism, and vanilla black pill. So I skipped the opportunity. But the trailer itself, very good. So many hidden messages that only people who know the lore know exactly what every shot what means, right? Because you have to understand, it was in 1962 when he decided that technology is evil, right? So
exactly.
we would love to see the manifesto basically updated. Basically,
he did. He wrote a book last year. He wrote a new book last year. It's probably more in depth than his previous work. It's like a full size book.
I love to see that. You should send me a link or something.
For sure. I think it's called Technological Slavery.
Also, did you know that for a few weeks he fell for this transition cope himself?
He did.
He used to think that might solve the shit, but then the good awakening came to him and he dropped that idea.
It's because he thought that the only way he could touch a woman was if he became one himself. It's not necessarily because I think he felt like a woman. He wanted that woman connection. So I don't think he actually was going to do it in the end.
Yeah. So, hey, I see Draulix What's up?
What's up, buddy boyos? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
How's it going?
Awesome.
So, Dusty, also, you know, the Wachowski, no, the directors of Matrix, right? The siblings,
Oh,
right?
yes, classic. Yeah.
I have a suspicion that they went through transition because they wanted to feel like God. They wanted to experience both genders in one universe during one lifetime. So they started as dudes, and then they did it out of curiosity, I think.
Interesting.
Because with that
I don't
one,
know much about them, but
yeah, that is like it's like a lab experiment, you know.
yeah.
I can wrap around my head around this because in the year 3000 there will be dogs with men's faces, you know. So
I really hope not, Medican. That sounds horrific.
yeah, of course. Yeah.
One thing I'll say about this movie, they portray him as an incel, basically, like the trademark, what they think incels are like. Like there's a lot of, it's like one comment where he was working in a lumber yard and this woman comes and he's like, hey, if you keep doing that, you're gonna scrape your nuts off. And he says, I don't take mechanical skill advice from women or something like that. He's like, please go tell your husband to give me advice. And there's like another moment where he has his rifle pointed at this woman's head, and he's like, I could just end this bitch right now. And little things. I don't know if he actually was like that though. That's the thing. Like from his writings, I don't know if he actually hated women the way he did. But I don't know if you
Yeah,
know
of
more
course.
about that, Medican.
No, I absolutely remember all this because I kind of, you know, how to say this. There is lore and there is the case. There is his biography, right? And also his manifesto, his message, you know, is wrapped in all of this. And yeah, I know like the details. I even know where the hat was exactly, the south of Lincoln. So, like, you know, but back to that video from Insult TV about transitioning. Somebody complained on Reddit that they went through the transitioning. And first thing that they complained was, now I feel like a ghost, like I'm being ignored. It's like it's a different new world, right? And Insult TV said, like, welcome to the club, buddy boy. It's instant black pill. And somebody
really
in the
is.
comment section said that this is like giving away $10 million fund to a hobo if you do transitioning from female to male, okay? So
I have
what sums it
I
up.
have look, I have sympathy though for that because you really don't know what you have until you lose it, and I really do understand why they thought in their mind that it would be great to be. I mean, to be honest, there are some great things about being a guy. It's not really in the dating aspect, or if you're not
Hey,
a
Dusty.
yeah.
So I haven't watched it yet. It's still in my queue, but I did comment. It's nothing new to me at least, because there's a old one from I think back in NBC or whatever. It's like a woman tried to become a man, and it was like described as everything was so much more difficult. She became more sympathetic to men and their plight of having to approach women,
Exactly.
get rejected all the time, and that kind of thing. So yeah, I guess this will be the more modern, updated version. But then, yeah, what the heck was I gonna ask? I lost my thought.
That happens, and Danny or John is not even around.
Oh, yeah, I just remembered now. I think it's like the apex fallacy. I think women have a skewed view of what it is to be a man, because in their eyes, like 90% of men are invisible, and their definition of quote unquote man is like, Chris Hemsworth, or basically the
Yes.
Chad idea. And so if you're like, movie star Chad, you're like slaying left and right. You got the basically you have it all essentially. And
Right.
so they think that by becoming a man, they might get a taste of that, when in reality it's like maybe only the top like 5% of dudes ever achieve that kind of status.
Right.
And so it's like, yeah, it seems so dumb. It's like everyone they think that the grass is greener, but it's like literally a desert on the other side with like a
Yeah.
small patch of, green grass. At least that's their I think that's their freaking reasoning to begin with.
Right. I mean, I understand. It's people in the chat don't have. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a lot of you guys don't have any tolerance for this foolishness, but I can be sympathetic in some ways. Like, so not that I've ever thought about becoming a woman, no, never, but it's like people often think the grass is greener on the other side, and we always fall for this here as well. Like, it's going to be better overseas. I think is one of those things, but it remains to be seen whether that's true or not. Like both you, Medican, and Trollocs are kind of
Oh, yeah, I have no
along those lines.
fucking delusions, man. So, this weekend was pretty interesting because I did meet up with one of my old time friends, and he has like three sisters, right? So he's technically quote unquote blue pilled, but he's very, in some regards, very black pilled because he grew up with like, having to deal with three sisters. And like, even though we touched about like topics like the decline and, people not having kids and not marrying and more RP because I don't think he can handle the BP. But anyhow, long story short, it was like yeah, we talked the decline. He has some friends like because he's also a rice, or actually he's Hapa, and he has
Oh,
some friends of a friend. He's like half white, half Asian too, and so he has like white friends in Japan and actual Japanese friends in Japan. And he was just telling me like some of the stories that he hear from the people over there, and it's like marriage is fucking dead. Like he actually knows like a married Floyd, but he's saying like they're in a open relationship or something, and that never works out because it's like the man never gets action, but the women will always do. And he's basically telling me that she has a different partner every week. And they're like legit married. It's like and I don't know if they have a kid too, but it's like it's like the society in general normalizes cheating, and it's just like
no, look, if a man is tolerating that kind of behavior, I think at that point it's his own fault. I don't understand how anybody could let that happen in a
yeah,
in a
but then
marriage because
I'm not sure about the man himself, like because I didn't hear anything about him, but he may be actually high tier normie himself, and to the point where yeah he might also be slaying even though he has a wife, right? Because I think
yeah.
even at this point, even in Japan, like if you're married or if you have a kid, it's like you were either high tier normie or Chad light to be able to achieve that in the first place, essentially. But yeah, he just told me a whole bunch of like the dating scene, and it's fucking worse. And it was just the same thing. Like I was telling him, yeah, even the Tinder black pill, like as a rice, we have the lowest SMV, possibly curry cells, but uh I think like Japan's like a more extreme version of what's gonna happen in the West. Like we're talking about like polygamy becoming like the norm. It's basically the norm over there.
It's fascinating. Just coming back to Ted's philosophy, basically, he talks about how technology itself is responsible for a lot of the developments in society. So as much as he criticizes the leftists, he criticizes conservatives for being fools as well, for supporting because they're the main ones supporting economic and technological progress, which is the very thing that ends up destroying because of the rapid pace, ends up destroying the things they purport to want to conserve, right? So they like monogamy is a big one. They support all these tech companies and businesses and entrepreneurship that are creating the destruction of society. In places like Japan, it's only accelerated because they've adopted the internet, high-speed internet, and all these high-tech gadgets way before America has. But you're right, it's coming here as well, and
Mm-hmm.
it's a
And
feature. It's like a feature of the technology. They have all of these, and technology includes things even, it's not just smartphones, but it includes social technology as well. So things like, what is it? The girlfriend club. The girlfriend you pay for a girlfriend experience or something like that.
oh,
All
the
that kind of
hostess club and that kind
The
of
sugar
thing.
daddy bullshit. The sugar daddy.
yeah, all that kind of stuff is actually contributing to what kind of society we're seeing, which is kind of a nightmare scenario going
Yeah,
forward. So it
and
can all be traced back to that.
yeah, my original point was that it will be interesting to see essentially when and we geomax supposedly, but my whole point was like, yeah, I have no fucking delusions. It's like, it could be even worse. Like, say, going to Southeast Asia, yeah, you might be able to quote unquote, find a waifu, whatever, but it's like, bro, it's cheating is normalized. It's like, what are you going there to marry? Uh, yeah, I have no delusions. It's like it might be worse, but at least at the end of the day, I think my goal is like I will be able to slay somewhat. Whereas in the West, it's like completely dead or impossible.
Maybe that's why I'm more sympathetic, because I still have those delusions of the white pill. I still
Nah.
hold on to it despite all this. You guys try to
Yeah,
convince me.
probably a bit like say 10 plus more years of life experience. It's just like fuck these bitches, man. I have zero sympathy.
Yeah, it definitely becomes harder to give a fuck the longer you live. I mean, at some point, you're like, okay, like, what the fuck are they good for? Like, like the magical Disney, like it's sort of like the magic, the magic just kind of gone from women to some extent. The whole idea of like the happy girlfriend that you have, and he's like just kind of there for you and does girlfriend duties, I want to call it, emotionally there for you and stuff like that. Just having a caring girlfriend is extremely like that should probably never existed in reality. So I think that if it did exist, it was like a very much like it was more socially reinforced instead of the current clusterfuck of a culture we have right now. So
Right, right. I think a big part of this is the absence of something called the power process. Like, we essentially don't have the ability to create goals that are truly unique, that are truly individual, and that we can act on those goals and actually accomplish those goals. So it's very rare to see somebody actually be able to set out and do something like that. Like, we are all in many ways kind of limited by the bounds that society gives us, and it becomes worse with increasing with every day. Like, in the past, just go to college was the meme, and now it's more like just go to STEM, and then it becomes like, oh, just go into AI or whatever, and it becomes more and more limiting in terms of the things that you're allowed to do in society. Like, you're not even allowed to say certain things anymore on the internet. You're not allowed to go wherever you want, and essentially you become a drone. And whether we like it or not, we resort to kind of satisfying our needs with these surrogate activities, as Uncle Ted would call it. Things like uh, basically activities that, if you were engaged in some more serious pursuit, something that required that you needed to survive, you wouldn't be bothered if you didn't do, like sports betting, for example, on the Super Bowl, or pornography and things like that. Like, people have to do these things because they don't have an outlet for like real goals that they could set and accomplish and be satisfied by. So it's kind of in line with all of the other critiques we've been doing of modernity in general. How listless and empty it all seems. The girlfriend thing is just a part of that.
Yeah, that's why video games is popular because it's a controlled environment working towards a specific goal.
Exactly. It's a
And
surrogate
beyond that,
activity.
they also keep you pretty hooked on with the dopamine hits of like achievements and getting a medal in a game or something like that. And that's like you get a little like it's basically a big huge a Skinner box at the end of the day. There's a whole bunch of like Skinner box activities in there that for you to keep you entertained and keep you happy and keep you satisfied or satiated enough to the point to where you won't rebel or do anything crazy. So
Right. Well, I mean, does it work though? Like after your 8 hours or whatever, you turn off the console.
you'd be surprised, dude. There's some people who out there who like that's literally all they do. Like think about the people who buy FIFA or Madden every year, or they buy fucking Call of Duty every fucking year. Like these people are
Right.
literally satiated by like base level, boring, whatever you want to call it. I don't want to call it boring, but like they're satiated by very very simplistic things. There's a reason why it's
Cabrera
called
circus.
popular culture, because like popular culture is whatever by definition whatever popular. So like when you have a culture that's very very vain and just produces bad outcomes at the end of the day, very vain and very self-centered, and one based upon like making as much money as possible and fuck everybody else. Well, then of course you're gonna end up with a bunch of people who end up fucked, and who end up fucked in the head and have fucked up belief systems and stuff like that.
Yeah, it makes people anxious, depressed, isolated,
Yeah, yeah.
and by design, essentially, like because they become more useful drones for the system. So, not that I'm becoming some sort of, I'm not going Sarah Connor here, but I think it's a really good social critique. I recommend all of you guys to check it out. It's not that long.
Do you have like the link to the movie? Is it already like actually out?
Well, no, it's not out, but as a matter of fact, there is this series called Manhunt, Unabomber, and it's pretty good also. It's mostly about the case, but it also has these
it's out.
chronological, events that are unraveled. Yeah.
American, it's out. At least in the US. You can see it on
What?
I torrented it on a certain site involving pirates.
Hold on.
Does it have
Ahoy.
a bay?
Oh.
Yes, it's like a bay for pirates.
All right. Well, it's okay. It depends how fast means my internet. I'm gonna bounce from the stream if this is done.
You definitely should watch American. You'll love it. You'll love it.
I was thinking it's gonna happen with some delay this year, actually.
No, it's been out for a while. They've just been releasing it on different timelines in different countries. I don't know why.
Oh no, it's 2 days old. Torrent. All right. Yeah, thanks.
But his beyond the movie though, his writing is what's truly significant. He okay, so just some background for you. Do you guys know the background of this guy? Like in just a general.
Only probably two of us know the most, I guess. Well, I don't know about Mystery and Ravlix.
I mean, I remember some of the documentaries. Wasn't he like a professor as well?
Yeah,
Like,
I
he was
could talk
super
about
high
him if you
IQ,
want.
you know.
Yeah. So basically, he starts off as a child prodigy, essentially like in the fourth grade or something. They test his IQ. He's like 162 in the same range as all these intellectual giants. And so his parents are very, they're kind of Polish and Eastern European. They're very academically controlling, and they want to push him to greater lengths. So he would later say that they pushed him too hard, maybe. So he was always like 2 years younger than everybody in the class. Like he graduated Harvard at 16 or something like that, and he went on to become a math professor at Berkeley, which is in the field. Of course, this is like the most prestigious start to an academic career you could ever wish for. He wrote a dissertation about harmonics theory, where there were only like a handful of people in the entire world who could even understand what he was saying. He was the youngest tenured professor associate professor in Berkeley history or something like that. He was 24 when he became a professor, and he worked there for 2 years, and then he disappeared. He dropped out, and basically nobody knew this at the time, of course, but he was saving up money to be able to live outside of the technological system. And he, with the help of his brother, he built a cabin in the woods in Montana. He bought like a small plot of land there and tried to live off of the land, working odd jobs for the things that he needs, like soap and stuff like that. So he worked some odd jobs, and he no matter how far he tried to isolate himself and try to live a peaceful freaking life, there was always something bothering him. Like there were always these what is it, snowmobiles in the winter that would, like, these kids would come in snowmobiles and like ride around his property and stuff like that, and there were
Well,
motorcycles.
top disturbing stuff for him was the
Yeah.
airplanes, the chemtrails, the
airplanes.
neighbor, that lumberjack neighbor, right?
Yep, there was a lumber mill nearby and a mining center.
Oh yeah,
and
those freaks on motorcycles, the
motorcycles.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the airplanes would just they would go by day, and it just broke the sense of tranquility that he was trying to seek.
He
and
couldn't even find peace. After he decided
Yeah.
to go his own way, literally, to find courage to live up to his ideals, right?
Yep,
Even then,
yep.
he couldn't find fucking peace.
He ends. There's a scene where he goes into this spring in the wilderness near his property, and he's
Poor
like,
Ted, he should just have to go to Vietnam, I guess. And I mean, but yeah, at the same time, yeah, careful. I mean, it was only in '75. Basically, Vietnam was reunited, and then only in the mid '80s, Vietnam opened for foreign investment and tourism. So he was a long way into his quote unquote activism, right? When Vietnam opened for tourism in '80s.
right. But I mean, in terms of
So he couldn't even like
finding-
C-Max, right? Even
I don't think he would have even been able to. This guy, I think, to a certain degree, people that are this intelligent are incapable of relating to the average person, let alone the average woman. So I think he would have had a tremendous difficult time with any sort of relationship,
well,
and
this is the
he
thing.
knew
You
that.
probably know about his failure with women, right? How much do you know?
Well, I know basically that didn't his brother try to introduce him to somebody, but it kind of went sideways.
Let's
I don't
say
know
there
that.
was a string. Let's say there was a string of rejections with women, combined with other black pill reasons why he was underrated, right? Because the academic work.
hmm
Also, he was pretty much used for that MK experiment, which was nasty, because that
Right.
destroyed his trust bonding ability, right? So he was like a
Right.
victim of this world. Like everybody fucked him over, like pretty much in every way you can imagine.
He wanted of course. Okay, so we'll just say here that I don't support the actions that he took, of course, but
Of course, yeah.
he and not to say but but he was essentially the reason why he chose to mail those bombs was because he wanted the New York Times and Washington Post to post his manifesto, and he essentially blackmailed them into doing so. He said, "If you guys don't publish this 35,000 word thing in its full entirety, I'm going to keep doing this." And they decided to publish it, and so that was his victory, and also his downfall, because spoiler alert, but his brother ended up. His brother was the one that turned him in. He's the one that recognized the writings that he did, and so he turned him in, and the
Well,
FBI launched
maybe
the
his-
largest manhunt
his
in
wife.
U.S. history. Yeah, probably his wife, probably his
Yeah.
brother's wife. But yeah, 30 pieces of silver, and rest is history. He's still alive. He's serving like 8 consecutive life sentences in Colorado, like where he gets 23 hours in the cell and 1 hour outside. I think currently he's sick in North Carolina or something like that. So
Yeah, he has
it
been
might be
transported.
almost over for him. Yeah, he might be nearing the end, but he pled guilty to all charges to avoid the death penalty, and he's been pen paling with people ever since. So if you guys want, you can write him a letter.
Well, I will definitely check out that updated, revisited version of his stuff that's supposed to
Yeah,
be.
I want to look into it too. If you guys are interested, I would want to like do a little book club or something. If anybody, that's why I was hoping Last. I feel like Last would be into this kind of stuff. He probably read it already. I wonder what he's up to.
So Mystery, where is your guest? That Void guide.
I have no clue what happened to him.
All right.
I don't know what happened to the guy. He like left. He never came on. I was like, okay, well that's kind of weird.
I don't
Oh,
blame him
did he
because
come on at one point?
No, he never been on here before. He's some new a YouTuber.
No, I meant like did he join your StreamYard and then left?
No, he didn't even join.
Hmm. Yeah, a lot of small black pill channels popping up left and right,
Yeah,
but
that's right.
seems
I
like
also noticed.
a lot of regurgitated info. It's like nothing really new.
Yeah, I agree.
I do appreciate these sorts of long form vlogs essentially where they talk about their own experiences in their lives. There was one called "Rejected by Eve" or something like that. He's a black. Do you guys know this guy? He's a black trucker, kind of has like mild autism, but he's 5'4" and he has his own truck. He's a successful guy. He's 30, and he talks about all of his brutal rejection stories. And I kind of like him sharing a lot about his life and his work and stuff like that. I know people are reluctant to do that in this sphere,
Post
but
the link to his channel, I guess, or
it's just like "Rejected by Eve" something dot. I don't know. Reach.
Dusty, you gotta make me type and search while you have the
How do I
link,
even share this? Okay, wait. Let me.
or at least in private chat.
Right here.
Thank you.
It's interesting to see people from other walks of life, like how people
Yeah,
are doing.
that's pretty sad because oh no, that reminded me of something too. Yeah, basically at 5'4", Black Cell, he's probably living the life of Kent, and I
He's
feel
he's
bad for
he's
that guy
really.
too.
It's different because this guy's actually very charismatic and he's talented. No offense to Kenneth, but I mean this guy is he's not autistic and like you can't really tell. He's kind of a eccentric maybe. He kind of dresses eccentrically, but he has some pearls of wisdom here and there, and I think it's more brutal. He's like a failed normie in a sense where it never really began for him because of his height maybe.
Yeah, I think in my experience, like a lot of the short cells are usually funny guys, or a little bit of they got the gesture max in them built in to
Yeah, of
compensate for the
course.
height.
You have to gesture max to compensate in this world for
Yeah, and it's not like
fun
from
and myself. You know how much it saved me in predatory situation as a kid that I literally talked my way out of. I gestured my way out of troubles, or I gestured my way into some intimacy. Sometimes really, really far away, far ahead. I mean,
yeah. I'm not saying they're like
without it,
clueless
impossible.
or anything, and like from the black pill standpoint, gesture maxing never works. But I'm
Yeah,
talking they're just more in general, like pointed geared towards that for all social settings, not just in the dating. It's like gesture maxing to just have friends, etc.
of course, of course. Oh my God, Phew. That's right.
Yeah, and then the one of the best channels that was around back in the day was Albert Pack. Like all his shit got deleted. I think he took it down. I should have like backed that shit up too. But all his videos were basically, like experiences that from the black pill perspective, and some of it was like super based, like I think the one that he talked about where he went out on a date with like this 40 or 50-year-old void or something on a lunch date, and he was like completely like non-snuggles attention, like he was just not interested. And then it's like a reverse psychology. It's like this is what women feel like when they're talking to an unattractive man. It's like almost disgust, waste of time, zero interest, and they just want to end the date and move on. And all the feelings that he had for that old hag was basically what women feel like when they go on a date with the quote unquote, sub five. But yeah, man, he deleted it all. So
Yeah, I mean it's becoming dangerous to talk about anything controversial on at least on mainstream platforms.
yeah, I think first of Incelmatics actually knows him IRL. I think they went on Tijuana maxing. That's where the whole TJ maxing started. And it's funny because Albert talks about he met another, basically inkwell in Tijuana, but he's completely blue pilled, but he's basically just doing everything right black pill wise. It's kind of
There's
like same with my friend, by virtue of having to live with like three sisters, he understands like the nature of the women's game. So he's blue pilled AF, but at the same time, black pill when it comes to certain things. Yeah, you were saying, Dusty?
what was I gonna say?
So Drawlix, have you seen the latest Inkwell TV video?
No, not yet. It's on my queue. I started watching like the first 1 minute, and then I was like, I commented. It was like, this is going from tutorial island mode to secure difficulty.
Unlimited ammo.
I have it paused literally. I started watching it last night. I'm like, oh, I want to go to sleep.
Imagine going from a cute like 5'3" woman to a 5'3" male. Can you imagine?
Oh, fucking over. It's like you have everything, and then you're just like giving it away for nothing. Yo, Mystery, you there?
Your mystery's quiet today.
What's up, my dudes?
How is
Stop swiping. You have to contribute to the
Oh,
conversation.
come on. Do I have to?
No, I was gonna ask, have you started on your taxes or anything?
Not quite yet. Actually, I kind of have started. I have like some stuff put into the system already, but I haven't like finished them yet.
Yeah, I'm kind of waiting on some of the investment documents to come through.
So what is today's topics and what's up?
Oh, I'll share some good news. Low key, but I got promoted,
Oh yeah.
Good.
which comes with more money. And so, Medican, when you get your shit together, don't worry, I got your back, bro.
Damn.
That sounds. I'm speechless. I just don't know how sure you are. Sure you are. Drawlix.
Hey Drolix, make him vlog the whole thing. I want to see everything.
Oh yeah, that's the trade-off. Like you gotta get some good cameras. This will be a win for the entire community. It's like how much does it cost for what is it? At least a 3-star hotel, right? Because if you get lucky and take her back, you don't want to go back to a 1-star shitty place.
1 star in Vietnam, man. That might be brutal.
No, I mean a lot of it's on shoestring budget, but I was like, bro, I'll just drop you 5K. That should cover like a whole bunch of crap.
Well, I'm checking the comment section. I see some familiar faces.
Yeah, so do I.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Jack, I haven't played Bloodborne because I'm too lazy to get a PS5 or 4 or whatever. But yeah, I heard that game was also pretty hard too. I still think Sekiro is one of the hardest games ever.
Oh man, you should check out Anomaly.
Is it out yet?
What?
The new
No, no,
one?
is that the one you had streaming last time?
No, I streamed this like a year ago.
No, like the From Software games, like Dark Souls series, like those are one of the hardest games around. And so I think Bloodborne and Sekiro were like one of the hardest. Fuck, I spent hours just watching those rage compilations of people fucking rage quitting. So fucking hilarious.
Dude, honestly, Uncle Ted, I keep talking about him, but he's kind of changing the way I see things. He's making me see the obsession I have with my career is kind of a surrogate activity too. It's kind of it's a game basically. That's why he quit mathematics as well. He said it's this arcane pursuit, or there's like nothing, no real meaning in it. I don't want to get lost in this too much, but
Are you
another
talking
reason
about like some of the math equations and math things or topics
like
that can't be solved?
no, just like some esoteric harmonic theory theorems that he's solving. Like it doesn't lead to anything. If anything, it leads to more of the system progressing technologically than and making things worse. And I wonder, kind of the same with video gaming. I'm worried to get too deep into it because I'm worried that it might make me feel more empty than I am right now. You guys, you know what I mean?
Like if you solve the mystery, then there's no more mystery.
It's kind of like how if you see the game as a game, then it becomes depressing. Like you can get really, really into it, and then there comes a point where you sit back and you're like, "Holy shit, this is just a game," and it's kind of cliche, but that's happening to me right now with my life in general. Yeah, Finley, all copes have an end.
Yeah, I think you should watch the Saint Hamoudi All Copes Have an End video. You kind of hit that point too. Even with video games, it just becomes fucking numb. That's why I only play like one or two actual like AAA titles per year. It's like Elden Ring's probably like the only thing that actually I give a shit about.
All copes have an end.
Yeah, I probably spend $100 on Steam fall sale or whatever, or winter sale, and it's like I remember buying like 10 games, and then I played one, and I was like, fuck, this is just the same shit over and over, and I couldn't be bothered to play like anything else after.
You guys have like a social circle in real life?
No.
Occasional, like I have a couple of normie friends.
Does online dating even work if you don't have a social circle? Like that doesn't.
You can LARP as somebody who has.
I'm back.
Yeah,
Mystery.
let's ask Mystery. He would know since he actually gets matches.
The only
About
Tyrone
what?
in the stream.
About what?
Like social circle and internet dating in general. I've never created any of these. I never participated in online dating So I'm wondering what it's like without a social circle, if it's even viable, if it's
You definitely got to have like some I mean, like dating apps, by inherently are just inherently looks based. Like you have to go off the looks to some extent. So you know, for men and women, but from a lot of times for men too and women, I think it's both at the end of the day. But for the on the men's side, you know, when you're a dude on the app, like you have to be very very cognizant of like, okay, are my pictures up to date? My picture's good. So are my picture's still an accurate representation of who I am today? So you have to keep that in mind, and then beyond that, you have to have this a matter of like, how do you keep the texting going and keep the conversation flowing? And there's a lot of that going on. A lot of times, sometimes though, the girl will make it super easy for you, and like it really is. It's like a dream when those kind of girls pop up every once in a while, where it's like she's kind of this like she's showing a lot more interest than you kind of are. She's being very interested in bringing up topics. She's very good, really good at conversation. So one of the hardest things to do, and I've actually talked to some women about this issue, is that a lot of men just can't hold a conversation. It's really odd, but like they just can't talk. They have no mouthpiece at all.
Yeah. I think it's a problem if you. It wasn't a Medicam who mentioned this. Like you kind of even in the voice chat in the Discord, you should kind of join once in a while to practice talking, holding a conversation, even though it's not real life. At least have some idea of how to bounce things back and forth.
I mean, I like suggested like people just like if you're still pretty young, work retail because like retail will save your ass, dude, because you're forced to make small talk. But
Well, that depends if you enjoy small talk, but when it comes to this fugazi virtual talking that we are practicing right now, it's just about practicing your soft skills and how you form sentences, how you talk, and what makes you think, you know.
Yeah.
So, no. What was the question?
Also, although a caveat I would say is be careful of bringing up certain topics that
yeah, obviously.
normal people.
Oh,
Yeah.
we switched to a mode where we can't talk when I can't swear anymore here. Or
No, not you. I'm talking about other people in general. Like when you're practicing on these Discord servers, you know, you might talk about certain subjects, but in real life, when you're in front of a real person, you have to be careful about. I'm saying you, not you, Medicam, but like people in general.
oh, I see.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I
No,
this new.
sorry.
I recently introduced this new, or maybe invented this new. Basically, I don't know what to call it, but it's kind of rule for a live stream. Maybe Mystery gonna like it. Basically, we already doing it. It's called basically improvised keywords. You know, when we say void or ea, you know, or stuff like that.
Yeah, I actually caught myself, you know.
It's better to say this, and basically the NPCs have no idea what are you talking about, but the inner circle knows exactly.
No, I'm actually having trouble the opposite way, right? Because I met up with my friend yesterday, and it's like I'm trying not to use these BP terms, because then he'd be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And then it's kind of like, "Yeah, what am I talking about?"
In real life, that's how.
Yeah, in real life.
In real life, where I live, it's so bad that people can't even understand English. They are getting rage, basically moments when they have to deal with something written in English. Yeah. Very keywords. But mostly old people, you know.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's because I grew up like learning multiple languages. So by the time I was like 10, I was speaking like 3 languages. I guess it depends on your parents and environment, but to me, that seemed like normal.
I have a question, Medican. Probably you're in the best position to answer this, but are they actually going to war with Russia, or is that just a meme? I don't know what's going on. In the US,
So
there's
I seen this question somewhere in the quick chat, something from Soldier of Fortune. If I'm not afraid that Russia gonna invade Slovakia, no, actually, you know, Americans have this preemptive doctrine, right? Preemptive strike. So I'm afraid they're gonna launch rockets from where I live, And hence Russian are practicing retaliation only doctrine. They're gonna counterattack where I live.
Slovakia is NATO.
Sure, but Americans will sell us out instantly. Yeah.
Oh,
But at the same time, they're gonna practice
Every
preemptive
time.
strike from where I live. So Russia just gonna defend themselves. I mean,
yeah.
No, I don't think war is gonna happen, man. This shit's just fucking show to distract people from the real problem, which is the global economy actually collapsing.
Yeah, I'm getting different takes. That seems to be the take like places like Zero Hedge are taking, but there is all this escalation. There's like bombing going on right now. Like it's escalating. It's like one of those movies that escalates to nuclear war, and it's like the opening stages.
yeah, it's the tension and pressure.
Yeah,
And it's constant. All right. And look at this Chester maxing they are doing. Like I recently noticed like what is this guy? What is this president of Ukraine? I check him out. And he's one
Zelensky.
of us. He's one of us. He's like a manlet Chester maxer that made it to the top politics based. I mean, so no, can't hate the guy, right?
I have no feelings about either side, but I'm just
So
worried the Americans gonna get.
he's now president. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I think globally, no one can afford a fucking war right now. And I think you're right, like Medican. It's like if they start shit, technically speaking, what is it? Ukraine is not part of NATO. So
No, they can never be NATO.
So essentially, it's like there's no reason to technically help.
You know, I'm dreaming about these bizarre concepts of future unions that are possible, but they will never pull it off. You know, something like either Slavic Union or Russia should join NATO and learn English, and Ukraine should join Russia. You see what I did there? But this shit will never gonna happen. So I don't know. They will probably build a second Iron Curtain around Chernobyl somewhere. You know, from north to south, and we're gonna cope like in the Cold War. No, I have no idea. It's like,
So if we never hear from you again, Medican, we'll know what happened.
only if Americans gonna bomb my ass like they did back in 44. By the way.
Yeah. Yeah, poor Slavs, man. Just never had. Just always in the middle of things.
Oh yeah, Medican, you gotta answer. Why are you so good at English for a Slav cell?
I played
Where an average UK
with
can
Americans.
be
Yeah.
proper.
I played RuneScape with Americans like 10 years ago.
I see.
RuneScape.
You know, what else? I mean, fucking pop culture, you know, internet and movies, Die Hard, right? Whatever.
Yeah, yippee-ki-yay.
Or yeah.
He's the host of of the world syndicated insult broadcast. I saw this video about the RuneScape economy. It's actually really interesting, like the economics of RuneScape. Did you guys see this? Like videos on this, like different ways they get rid of inflation
No,
in
I
the
wish
game.
I wish I never discovered RuneScape, to be honest.
Did it stole your life?
Totally stole my youthness.
Dude, I used to play
I would
WoW.
never.
But
I
at the
would
same
never let my kids play this.
At the same time, I hate to interrupt you, Drawlix. At the same time, it gave me these soft skills. At least to spend so much time on Discord and Ventrilo and whatever, TeamSpeak, you know.
Oh yeah, Ventrilo was the one I used back in the day.
Yeah.
Just get on Vent, bro.
Do you think do you think economic collapse is gonna reset the system, the dating hierarchy?
It depends. Like when we say collapse, like how does that play out?
Where
Can you be more specific?
let's say like half of the workforce are struggling to make ends meet.
That's
Wait,
already
what?
happening right now, bro.
I don't think people are actually going hungry. In
Not
America,
yet.
at least.
Not yet. Like they're sacrificing things.
I mean, why do you think I invented insole soup? The
That's
cheapest
true.
thing.
So it's basically, they'll forego alcohol, but then, to buy more food or something. It's like a trade-off right now. So they're sacrificing other shit in order to get the necessary shit. But then when that becomes impossible, then I think that's when like real like rioting and shit happens. Yeah, like what is it? Bacon went up like, 15-20%. Like a steak is basically double what it used to be. So it's like, yeah, instead of having like a steak a week or something, and now it's like once a month. But then when it becomes a steak once every 6 months, then yeah, people are gonna start rioting, I think.
The steak riots of 2024. I guess.
I don't know. I'm trying to read these comments real quick.
All right.
Let's see. New male draftees have lower physical expectations because of less anabolic hormone reproduction. Huh. Doesn't surprise me with all the soy boys out there. Pets are being more expensive. Oh yeah, I guess we're talking about expensive stuff. Yeah, that's very true. Whether or not people are starving yet, I don't think that's quite happening quite yet. I think you guys talked about starving in the street. That's what Dusty said. People aren't starving in the street yet. And just to backtrack here for a second, I didn't get a chance to say what I wanted to say. Either way, like that's always gonna be a situation where it's like it's gonna be like a level where people will be like, this is unacceptable to live in these conditions, and they're gonna like finally do something. Now, whether or not that's actually doing violent action or just like doing some crazy shit, some crazy shit out in the streets, like just like not following the law or something like that, is a whole different story. But
I'm not even talking about necessarily a revolution, though. I'm talking more like social attitudes towards dating in general might shift.
yeah, but like if we're talking about complete economic collapse, or like your economy's completely fucking just fucked, like you can't recover it. It's like, what do you do in a situation like that? Like, what is the like the dynamics behind like male and female relations that would happen because of that? How many men would lose their jobs, and how many women would lose their jobs? Like that's all you have to ask that question as well, because like back in the day, women used to rely on men to to kind of pay their way. Combine that with the amount of student loan debt that women have, they're already like at a level where it's like almost like unacceptable to even marry one to some extent. So it's getting bad out there. That's all I can really say.
That's interesting. I didn't think about it. So, like, even if it does collapse, there might be more men out of a job than women.
Yeah, like those low skilled jobs.
Truly
like,
over.
You have so many men working low skilled jobs right now. That's why they're just dropping out. You have a lot of women who are like now taking up the C suites and the high tier jobs, like these high. I'm not saying they're becoming coders overnight, but they're getting these like high paying like do nothing jobs in corporations. And they might just like the people who own those companies might be so involved with the fucking like the cause of advancing female empowerment and having the diversity hires. Who knows, dude? Like people are so cucky nowadays when it comes down to like who they fire and for what reason.
Yeah,
So you think whatever
to add, right? Like I kind of agree with Mystery. Like I think a lot of dudes now are just getting pushed out of the market, right? Like before I got banned on Discord, one of the Inkwell data had a really good one where it's like I think it's the attendance rate for college being tracked over the last 10 years. And so I think actually right now, as of I think it was only up to 2020, but it's like 60% is foids and like 40% is male. So it's literally the X graph, right? Like a rising on the foid and a lowering on the male. And it's like projected that college attendance rate in the next 10 years for males would be like 30%. And then it would be like 70% women. And so, like, as a smart dude, yeah, I would say don't go to college unless you're trying to, stem cell max. Other than that, it's or medical max, I suppose. But then, other than that, like, college is just dead, man. And if these, like, basically pencil pusher jobs, they still pay a lot compared to, like, the menial labor jobs that men tend to get. Uh, like when the collapse comes, it seems like wouldn't it be the reverse, like men having to simp for, women for their pay? Because the base already is fucked. Like as men, we're already screwed. It's like we already only have the low paying jobs. Those are
Aren't
the first.
aren't men already simping for girls that are totally like broke, and it's already
No, no, I was just saying like the dynamic. It's like the perceived dynamic would be like, oh, women will be now simping for men for their resources, but there aren't any men that have resources to even provide in the first place, is what I'm trying to get at.
I mean, to women, top resources looks. Other resources came by later with because of that looks.
True.
I just don't know. That's such a complex question.
Yeah, but then I think at the end of the day, I think men, we already know that no one's coming to save us. So it's like, why would we take on the burden of having to look after some void?
Well, I finished downloading the Kaczynski movie. So if you guys don't have any more shocking topics, right? I
Well,
think that
Medican, before you leave, I did want to thank you for, I don't know if you do this now as much, but in your past videos, you've always been against, like ending yourself, taking a permanent solution to a temporary problem, as some might say. But I really appreciate that you do that. Like, I think one of my friends probably did that a few weeks ago, so I kind of relate to it more now. A lot of guys out there are just, especially in this sphere, are just despairing, but there is hope. There's always hope. So thank you.
yeah, sure, of course.
Oh yeah, and Medican, I fucking gave up last night. I was gonna make that Japanese gamer girl video. I was just like, man, I can't be motivated, bro.
Yeah, there are always maybe better topic will came to your way because as it happens, there are some holes in that story of hers because first of all, she also roasted the Transformer community, I think.
Oh no, no, I did the research, man. I fucking spent like 3, 4 hours like digging up all the dirt. I have everything, including new developments, right? Like the team manager also got fired. And then there's another second team member that's under fire right now for hateful and what do you call it? Rice-ist comments as well.
Mm.
Yeah, but then like in researching the slang, right? These are all like old school internet slangs from back in 2chan days. It's very like hateful and derogatory, but it's kind of normalized. It's like how the blacks call themselves, what the word is, but then if all of a sudden if a white person says that word, it's like, oh my God, here we go. Like it's terrible. Like it's kind of like that same feel. Like among the blacks, it's all fine, but then as soon as one guy that's non-black says it, oh my God, here we go. So I think that was the catalyst. Like in her view, she was just saying like casually, you know what I mean? But then yeah, it just blew up. Like it really blew up. But yeah, anyways, that was the whole spiel yesterday because I was like, man, I started making the video and then I was just like, I don't want to do this. Can't find the motivation. I have all the materials, man. I have the
daily
clips.
struggle.
But yeah, the problem is it's this is all in Japan too, so it's gonna be like double the time because I have to like translate it, get subtitles, fix them all up.
So,
Yeah, I was just like,
so
whatever.
that's the thing. Like, do you even like editing videos? You have passion for it, you know. You have to ask yourself.
So in the beginning, it was more like fun. It was just like, oh, this is how I do it, or this is how I can make it look cool. And technically speaking, with each video, I try to learn like one skill. Whether it just be like fucking draw a line on the screen, and it's fun to learn. But then as time goes on, I'm just like, man, this is fucking stupid. Like I'm wasting my time. I should be doing looks maxing, or I should just go on the treadmill and run for an hour instead of spending like 3 hours trying to figure out how to make this subtitle text pop. But yeah, I think I'm like BPJ. BPJ took a year break from video editing and all that stuff. So I talked to him last on Discord. He was like, "Yeah, I know exactly what you feeling." He says, "Take a break and come back later."
Definitely good for your psyche for sure. To get away
Yeah,
from this stuff.
maybe it's a burnout.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, and the discussion we had about fucking monetization, man, it's depressing, I guess, because it's like you put in all that effort and it's like $1 a month, you know.
Yeah, that's like Medican's rent. That's a lot of money.
Well, I mean, yeah, everyone's economic situation is different, but to me, like $1 a month, it's like, are you fucking kidding me? It's like not even worth my time.
Anyway, enjoy the movie, Medican. Let me know what you think.
Yeah, Medican, thanks for coming on, my dude.
Yeah,
Of course.
we're gonna expect a base review from you.
Hell yeah. If you're interested in the philosophy, Medican, I'd be willing to like talk to you about it deeper. I don't know. I want to read more about this
Yeah, join my Discord. You can catch me there.
for sure.
All right, boys. I'm bouncing. I'm also
All right,
pretty-
buddy.
Peace.
See you next
See you
time, my dude. So Dusty, you said earlier today that the that Hormax thing is worth or on par with Tinder. What are you saying?
Yeah.
Why do you think
Yeah.
that?
Essentially, it's any activity that draws you away from that sort of socially stabilizing order that we used to have is, I think, a detriment to society. It's prostitution. If it was readily, easily accessible, I think it would accelerate the deterioration of our society in general. I'm thinking more broadly. I'm not thinking in terms of like individual situations where
Yeah,
I could certainly sympathize with people who are extremely frustrated with the current dating market. But on the whole, as a policy, I don't think it's a good idea to make it legal. I think more restriction, if anything, would be better in terms of like restricting dating apps and stuff like that. Not necessarily more sexual revolution.
Yeah, I understand that for sure. Makes sense. Yeah, I do wonder what the effects are on the countries that have had it for a long time. I've wondered that for a long time now. Like those areas are basically like no-go zones at the end of the day when you actually come down to it. Like when they're actually legal at, like nobody goes down there for like, unless you're like some sleazy ass dude. So, and
yeah, exactly. And there are other things like there's definitely. I mean, this is true regardless if it was illegal or illegal, but there's definitely a lot of trafficking that goes on with these things.
Yeah,
and-
you gotta watch out for sure. You gotta watch out for that because there's Yeah, I would say that's very true. Trafficking is a huge deal.
Yep.
It's how most of them probably get their girls.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not to the point where I hate women to that extent where, like I still see things from a sort of God-pilled perspective.
So
I
like,
know you guys call it cope, but
ignoring the whole trafficking in general, obviously probably some of that going on too. Either way, ignoring those like, egregious examples of like the industry being bad. What about like the ones who are like legal, do it in
like the escorts.
yeah, really like escorts. Yeah,
Hold
Yeah.
on. I gotta just add this one caveat though, right? Like, assuming it became legal, like, wouldn't it alleviate or eliminate, the cheese pizza specials? You know what I mean? Because then it would be enforced and checked, and like, there wouldn't be a need for, or I mean, technically, there's always gonna be a need in underground kind of stuff, but if it's as long as it's legal, then they have to also comply. So
Right. I mean,
by that
ideally,
virtue, yeah, it will eliminate like the domino special, or
ideally, you're right that it would restrict a lot of these activities. But the fact of the matter is, like, because of the demand and the amount of money you could get out of these industries, it's just so easy to fake these documents or whatever, and say like, oh, if you don't go to this country and do this for however many years, we're gonna kill your family or whatever. Like, it's so easy to blackmail people. It's so easy as long as the demand exists for this kind of industry. I could see a lot of um, opportunity to make money in an illicit way, even though it's
Yeah.
technically legal.
Just saying, like typically you would have an enforcement mechanism somewhere on that industry to like stop them from
Right.
doing stuff like that. So you have regulators, people who go in there and inspect. So you would hope that that system would work, but you never know. People are pretty easily paid off when it comes down to it. So to ignore stuff or to ignore what's going on and kind of just let it kind of happen. So, yeah.
But to each his own. I could see.
But yeah, so you would say those two things are on par when it comes down to like societal decay. Basically, is what you're saying, that society's decaying. You don't want to add more to the decay of the society.
Yeah. I guess in that sense, I see. Look, it's part of a. You're right in the sense that it's part of a. It's a broader it's a symptom of a broader problem that has to do with the whole technological system in general. I don't think it's I don't think it's the root source of all the corruption that you see in general, as a lot of conservatives do. Like, conservatives would want to blame pornography for literally everything that is happening with our relationships and the social order and everything. But I do realize that it's a symptom of a greater problem, and I think that's what distinguishes my perspective on it.
Yeah, I think you're right in some regards, because even in Japan, where it's like these technical services are allowed, it does diminish that fabric of society, as in the two-parent household thing and people sticking it together kind of thing. It's like, if for men there's more avenues to take, they'll just take it.
Yeah, I do sympathize with the true souls, though, that it's hard to see what the solution would be.
Yeah, the true cells will win in this case, but as an overall society, yeah, it might be just a negative altogether. Have you seen the old cell ascends video, Dusty?
No, is it yours?
Man, I think you have. Most people haven't seen my shit, but yeah, check it out, man. I think it's one of the hard hitting videos.
Yeah, what's up, Jack Tiffin?
How you doing? You all right, mate? You all right?
What's going on, my dude?
Yeah. Good speech, Mystery. And I was just listening. You and Dusty were talking about you don't think that prostitution should be legal.
Yeah, I think in ideal society where you did have other aspects of society better organized. I don't think you would need prostitution, and I think it would be a detriment to allow it in certain situations.
See, I've got a different belief on that. I think in an ideal society, you've got two tiers of incels. You've got the type that are a product of sociological causes, like divorces and all that, and all the rest of it. And then you've got the true cells, and these are people that are disabled and they've got mental deformities, they've got extreme facial deformities, and these types of people can never enter into the mainstream world. And I think that prostitutes should be engineered within an ideal society so they can actually service their sexual needs.
Yeah, maybe they could get like how people get disability payments. Maybe they could get a license for that or something. Like a true cell license.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think if you actually are a true cell, if you're like you're physically disabled or you've got facial deformities, you just got something that marks you out as a person with very bad genetics.
Yeah,
I think the government should give them some sort of disability payments, and one of them should be a permit to have sex with high tier sex workers. So I do think they fulfill a purpose within society, prostitutes.
Yeah,
I think
but you. Well, you do agree, Jack, though, on principle that it should be limited in some capacity.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you've got these sick bastards who
we got an echo.
Who's that?
Yeah, it's really weird. I don't know. Me, I'm remove everyone from the stream. You got them?
Yeah. If you've got these, sorry. Should I come back out?
No, Mystery's got to do it.
Let me try that. Hold on. You there? Everybody good?
Yeah.
Any echo?
Hello.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I hear a little echo.
Oh, Mystery, remove and then give it a minute.
Yeah, let me try this. Yeah. Testing. I hear it too. For like a second there.
It looks like it's gone for me. Yeah,
It's
I think
gone.
the key is to remove, wait at least a couple of seconds and then add back in.
Okay. So Jack, you were saying?
Yeah, it's only my moral view on this. As long as the females are above 18 and it's not children being put into sexual stuff, then I'm fine. As long as the girl's above 18, 19, who cares? If she wants to work in that industry, let her. But I do think that it should be. I do think that true cells, if you can prove it from medically, and let's face it, you can see a true. You don't even need to medically test it. I know a true cell when I see one. We all do. They're often in wheelchairs, and these people should be given, I'd say, sexual contact with a high tier sex worker up to 3 times a week. And I'm not even saying visits to prostitutes. These should be home visits.
Yeah, I mean, I guess from my perspective. Oh wait, go for it, Jorlik.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say the true cells are the only people that would really benefit from, the legalization, I suppose. But then, yeah, it's kind of going back to that whole society overall aspect, it's probably not as good.
Because what the main issue is on a broader sense is you're reducing the sexual act to essentially an economic transaction, and it's kind of I see that, of course, from our perspective, it's obviously become that there's no escaping it. It seems like in the near future, but it's the idea initially behind regulating a lot of these sexual activities was that it was a sacred act that led to, children and to marriage, to future generations. It was supposed to be confined within the sacrament, matrimony, but it's like kind of like Pandora's box has been released. The question is whether or not in an ideal situation you would allow this kind of behavior to become, uh, it kind of debases certain things that should be held in high regard. Like sex should be something that we as a society holds in high regard, as opposed to something, I'll pay you $20, just suck my dick. Like it's kind of it's something that should be more respected. And in general, there are a lot of things in society that you could argue should be like this, but in today's society, everything's basically an economic transaction.
Hold
Like
on,
even the
hold
way
on.
we
But
talk to each other.
what I gotta correct you here. Like you say like it's like a basic transaction. Like it's always been a basic transaction, not necessarily like, oh, here's a couple of Benjamins, I'm gonna buy like an hour of your time for snuggles, or here's a Jackson, like bust a nut on me or whatever. But you're forgetting that it's always been transactional. Like the internet was created because of prawn, or men buying women flowers to hopefully get her attention, buying her a special gift. Like it may not be direct, but it is direct, indirect, or but direct, or whatever. Well, you get what I'm saying. So at the end of the day, it's like, hey, here's $200, let's get it over with. Or do I need to take you on a fucking $200 dinner date, and at the end of the day I might not get anything? It's like, why not just get straight to the fucking point? It's
No, I
always
get
been
it. And
transactional, is
I
what
don't
I'm
think
trying to
it's
say.
I don't think it's always been that way, but I do agree that in the modern world it is like that. I don't deny that at all. I don't think the conception, like a long time, I'm talking like long time ago, hundreds of years ago. I don't think it was initially supposed to be like that. I don't think society saw it that way at all. Prostitutes were looked down upon like almost universally, and it wasn't because um, I mean, people believed in different things at a different time, and I see that, like you could argue it's out of date, but I'm just saying in the ideal situation, you would want, like, wouldn't you say it's a good thing to be able to restrict female hypergamy, like the like the sorts of behaviors that led to our situation in the first place?
I think it's like one of those, Pandora's box was open. It's and there's no cope at the end of the box or at the bottom of the box. So it's
Mm.
like literally going forward, the cat's out of the box. We need to figure out solutions. And I think legalizing it is one of them. Like for the people that still hold, like, say, traditional values or whatever, yeah, maybe, there's like trad cons or whatever, and they can find each other. But for the rest of us, it's just like we're in the churn. We just got to live with it. And I think it's beyond fixing in a sense, right? Like what used to be special is no longer special. Like fuck, if I ate steak dinners every day, a steak wouldn't be as special anymore, essentially.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, my perspective on sex workers. Uh, Obviously, we all know it's always been there. I think since the dawn of man, there's always been this industry. I don't think there's ever been a Puritan age where sex workers weren't available. Can you think of one? Anybody? I can't. I mean, even in Victorian England, which was probably the most conservative society in history, or one of them, there was prostitutes in every corner in London. So that's the first thing. Secondly, in a purely, is anyone here familiar with the work of Lux Maximus? Have you heard of anybody? He's a
Yeah, I know
YouTube.
him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, we all know him.
Yeah, and you know, I quite like what he talks about. He says that ancient Greece was like a pure patriarchy and an androcentric society, and I just didn't realise that in that culture, which was totally masculine, the women in that culture were obedient and chaste. They didn't very rarely left the house. A bit like 1950s India, maybe, you know. And they had this access to sex all the time because they had all these brothels everywhere. And my personal opinion, it may make me sound terrible. I think it's a good thing. I think if you've got as Lux Maxus Musfa says, access to prime females at pleb rates, then why not? I mean, what's wrong with it? From a male perspective, what's wrong with it?
Yeah, no, I'm in favor of legalizing this stuff.
Well done,
needs
bro.
to.
Well done. It's
Like, I think it's like the only thing that's stopping is the old boomers from, like, you know, with their still tradcon ideas. Like, yeah, I mean, in an ideal world, yeah, definitely. But then it's like, yeah, there will be like literally no one left in the upcoming, generations. Like right now, we're like what, in 2020? Can you imagine 2080 at the rate we're going?
2080.
Because that's probably when what was it? Maybe 2060. I might still be around. But I'm trying to think, like, I'm a fucking sage on a wheelchair scrolling down the street. Like, what the hell would this world be?
Somewhere in Japan, Jolix, yeah?
Possibly, yeah, in geriatric care. No, I probably wrote way before that, but I'm just saying, trying to picture a world like in 2060. It's fucking over, dude.
Yeah. I posted in the chat earlier that we've got this problem out in Russia at the moment, between Russia and Ukraine, and I was just joking around saying I hope they send over 10 million Ukrainian women to the UK as refugees. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there was that funny meme. Adopt a UK woman, or not a UK, but a Ukrainian woman now.
I'm going to be standing there with refugees welcome banners at Dover.
Yeah, they do got some pretty ladies in Ukraine, that's for sure.
They kind of age poorly though. I don't know. The Eastern Euros, they seem to grow older, like in their 40s, really fast.
They're stunningly beautiful. I've been to St. Petersburg and Moscow. I mean, if you listen to previous episodes, I got brutally friend zoned by an East European woman for 3 years. And St. Petersburg, the average is about a 7.5 for the women out there.
Yeah, no. If we're talking, the hitting the wall, so to speak, quote unquote, I think Asians age gracefully the most out of like all the women. But then when they hit that one certain age, it's like they just turn into a zombie. And then I think white women age gracefully like the least.
Yeah.
And then I think it's maybe a tie or a split between, say, Latino and black women. Actually, I think black women age gracefully the most.
Yeah. As long as the black woman isn't overweight.
Yeah. And I'm talking these are well-to-do, well-kept, well-maintained foids that take care of themselves. Yeah.
I agree. Mayo's, Mayo's people, whites, their skin starts to really degrade after 30.
Why is that? What do you think? It's the diet, or is it just genetics?
Well, I haven't noticed it in Eastern Europe. In their 20s, they're stunning. I can't actually remember looking for the older generation to see the effects of aging. In Britain, off the top of my head, obviously a lack of physical activity. The party lifestyle might catch up with you. the junk food.
I think
Probably,
it's the food, man,
yeah,
and
and
partly genetics too.
yeah. Well, if you've got white skin, your skin's going to show more blemishes, isn't it? Because it's a blank canvas.
Yeah, I mean, there's like age-defying foids too. Like, what was the one from back in the day? Like Cindy Crawford, and then fuck, there's some pretty good pics of what's her name? That British foid, Elizabeth Hurley. You
Oh
know,
yeah,
yeah, they're well into their 50s and they still look like, passable for like 30, maybe 29.
you're right though. I mean, I saw. Funny enough, I don't know if I'm talking. I should really say this on the internet, but I saw an Asian woman at one time, and she was in her 50s. She was working in the sex industry, and she was in her 50s, and she was hot. She was hot. There was no way to describe it. She was very presentable, very nice skin. She looked very attractive, and I don't think you'd ever get a white woman of 50 without surgery would look anywhere near what this woman did. So there must be a genetic cause to it. But it's neoteny. It's because the facial structures of Asian people, that they've got this neotenous bone structure, so they're naturally going to look younger for longer, which is good for
Hmm.
you, I suppose. You know?
No, I 100% agree. And
It's a problem for me at the moment because it's not good for guys the same way it's good for women. Let me tell you.
Are you Asian, mate? Yeah.
Half.
Are we half?
no, actually, I think it's advantageous, bro. Like, cause
Think so?
I'm an old cell, but people tell me I still look like I'm in my 20s, bro.
Same. Same.
Good genetics,
Fucking
man.
sucks. It fucking sucks.
Yo, I'll tell you this story. Like, well, this was a pre Chat 19, so we had interns come to the office, right? Like every year, like just new hires from university. They're usually there like 3 months or 6 months. And there was this Curry Foyd, and she was like on a different team, and she's doing like IT or whatever. And then one of my coworker, who's also Curry, like we just hang out usually. So then he introduced me to her, and then we just started chatting, and then she was like, "Oh, like how old are you?" And I was like, "Oh, take a guess, right?" And she thought I was like 23.
Yeah, with my father, they say like, "Oh, is this your brother?" That's it's
Oh
fucking
yeah.
hilarious. It's fucking hilarious, man.
And I was like, 23, I'm flattered. Like you should add like 10 plus years to that. And she was like, "What? Like you're in your 30s?" Like she couldn't believe it.
Yeah, because like you're not going out late, drinking your ass off, stuff like that. They don't realize that always catches up to you.
Yeah.
So yeah.
You get that in up in Scotland. You see guys around the major cities down the lowlands, Glasgow and Edinburgh. I think outside of Ireland and Poland, they've got the highest rate of alcoholism in the world. And you see guys walking around in their late 20s and they look terrible because they spent the last 10 years on the drink.
Yeah, and I made it adamant like I'm never gonna fucking drink and smoke, especially smoking. But I drink occasionally, like maybe like a glass of wine a month or something. But
I only drink when there's like massive panic. It's like that. When everyone's panicking, that's when I fucking celebrate. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Someone has
yeah,
to.
I think smoking is the worst thing you can do. Like you literally age the more you smoke.
Yeah, pretty bad.
Smoking, you're done. Yeah.
I drank alcoholically from the age of 12 to 34. I haven't drunk for 6 years or 7 years now, and no, 5 years, and it's definitely degraded my facial features. I was out in a cafe today, and my friend took a photo of me and we put it on Facebook, and I looked at myself when he put it on my timeline, and I just thought, "You look awful," And a lot of it is down to the drink. I've got these blemishes all over my face. It's like scars from alcoholism, even though I don't drink anymore.
Wow.
Yeah, and Jack Nickelback's right. Have you seen those mugshots of drug addicts that take opioids?
Yeah, they're pretty bad, dude.
They literally age like 10 years in a span of like a year.
Or guys or guys and gals on meth.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
That's right.
that's like the biggest. Once you go down that path, it's like, which is like a byproduct of like the partying culture. You're pretty much done. Very few like escape it. Like I know some friends that became like promoters in like Las Vegas, and they couldn't escape it. They made a crap ton of money, $100,000 just bringing girls to clubs and stuff like that. But eventually they turn like 30, 35 and they can't get out of it. It's like the biggest trap. And you're surrounded by all these druggies and stuff. And it's just a horrible lifestyle.
Yeah. I could tell you a story if you like about how bad alcoholism, if you wish to hear it.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Yeah, when I was 24 years old, and I'd just come out of the can. I'd got quite a lot of trouble when I was younger, and I'd come out of prison, and I was I didn't know what I was going to do with my life. I was a bit confused because I was intending to be a professional boxer a couple of years before, but things didn't work out, and I just started drinking really heavily. And I found myself in one of these places in southern England, which is like we call them bed sits. It's basically just single rooms for people that got no money. And I started drinking with these guys. We lived in this house. I started drinking with these guys who were in the a room below me, and there was about 12 guys in there, and we just all crowded around in this one room. We just drank for about a year and a half all together, just talking shit, listening to music, getting more and more drunk. And out of them 12 guys, their age range from 20 to about 40. 8 of them are dead now. I'm actually one of the only survivors out of this room because I stopped drinking in time. Once you get caught in that trap of just consistently using alcohol or drugs, if you don't snap out of it, you're heading for death.
Yeah.
The other component I think
Rest
that's
in peace.
really important is the nutrition. And then like I think Koreans and Japanese they eat foods that are regenerative, as in like seaweed has a lot of vitamins and minerals. And then like pork, especially like Korean barbecue, it's like you wrap the meat in like vegetables and salads, and you're eating like a different variety of foods at any given time. And
It's
so
also the sun too. The sun exposure. If you're inside all day, you're not going to age as fast as like these other people that honestly just get a tan like all year round.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Well, I
you
mean,
just-
I'm a inkwell stuck in my room, so
I look. I'm on the computer screen looking at like ticker stuff, and so I don't really care. I got like my own little gym in my apartment, and just like, I go outside just to get some fresh air, but it's mostly like at night, just like because if it's too hot, I just don't want to get it. It's like
yeah. So skincare treatment, like the general food that you eat, it has to be nutritious and regenerative.
yeah.
Like vitamins, minerals. Actually, pork is good because you need that collagen to rebuild like your skin.
Yeah, or you could just to take like grass-fed collagen protein. It's really good. I mean, like obviously it's just a supplement, so don't like be your entire diet, but it should be like just like 1 or 2 scoops a day, whatever.
Oh
It's good
yeah,
for your
I
skin.
take the beef collagen peptides, mix it in with your
Yeah.
coffee.
Or like vitamin D, fish oil, the basics, vitamin B12. And honestly, like I don't even drink coffee. I take caffeine pills. That's good enough for me. It's like 200. It's enough to last me all day. Very sensitive to any type of like stimulants. So such as like caffeine and stuff.
Yeah, I eat a lot of seaweed too. It's
Oh,
like
that's good too.
For
Yeah.
most people, they're like, ugh, seaweed. I'm just like, it's good for you, bro.
Yeah. You know, actually, seaweed is very beneficial. So,
I think you know, like having a training system that you can do throughout your life is a way that you can target exercise each week. You know, if you see some of these guys who do martial arts, you know, as they age, they you know, they keep themselves relatively fit and healthy. Has anyone heard of what's it called? Danny Santo, the martial artist from California.
I'm not too familiar with the martial arts scene.
Right, he's a Filipino American. He was Bruce Lee's top student back in the when he was teaching in San Francisco, and he's carried the bastion, not the bastion, the mantle for Bruce Lee. He teaches Jeet Kune Do, but he's gone across all the different arts. And the dude is 85. And he's been training consistently throughout his life. You know, he goes back to the 60s when Bruce Lee was around, and this dude he still grapples or does ground fighting with younger men in his 80s. You know, and he's a testament just to living clean, living right, and training. You know, and
yeah, Jack. There's also this one guy in China. I think he's like 79 or something. But if you look at him, he looks like he's in his like late 30s to 40s. Like he's, not roided out, but he's like buff, fit, And it's just a testament to, he said he's been working out every day for like the last 30 years, 40 years or something.
Yeah.
And that might be the secret to, being youthful looking.
Yeah.
I think like when you work out, it's like you break down your tissues, they rebuild constantly. So it's like a good cycle of like tear down and then rebuild.
Yeah.
And that keeps you good.
Can I tell you a story? Sorry to interrupt. Can I tell you a story?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it okay? About 10 days ago, this is going to shock it. I think this will shock people on the panel. I posted a message on Facebook onto a famous boxer's Facebook channel without even thinking about it. Yeah, and I said he's an older heavyweight boxer, and I said, "Well done." I missed out his name. I said, "Well done." I said, "You've still kept yourself in shape, legend." Anyway, this guy contacted me back, and he said, "Thank you so much. Give me a private message." Anyway, I was talking to this gentleman for about 2 hours on Facebook through messaging, and I was telling him all my big quell problems. Guess who this guy was? George Foreman. George Foreman.
Wow, dude.
Yeah, lovely bloke, lovely guy. But I think he probably thought I was a bit of a head case. I was telling him about my problems for about an hour and a half, and he was giving me like a counselling session.
Oh wow!
I told him I couldn't get a girlfriend, and he was telling me his advice was actually pretty good. His advice was pretty good.
What was it?
He just said like get yourself in shape and stop and if you've got social anxiety, he said just look at it like he said his advice was the advice you'd expect from someone of his caliber. He said to get yourself in as strong shape as possible and get yourself into a societal position as high as possible. And
Yeah.
he said just keep on walking up to women and just asking them out. And he said if you get rejected 1,000 times, try.
Oh God.
But no, his attitude was that just don't be a pussy,
Well, that aspect is true, but if you're actually a guy that has like status and is like building something, you don't have the fucking time to be approaching just randoms. It's like It's such a waste.
Yeah, I think he means well, but this is just typical blue pill advice.
Yeah, he's like part of that older generation. Back then it was possible to do that. Nowadays, you're competing against TikTok and Instagram, and like they're just getting blown up messages, and it's like they're looking for the bigger, better deal. So
Yeah,
um,
no hate for the guy though. I
no,
have
no,
his
he's a
George,
legend. Yeah,
George
Oh,
Foreman
man.
grill.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, man.
No hate
He's
on this
still
guy.
alive?
No, he was such a nice guy. He's such a genuine person. And I was asking about actually training as he gets older, and he said he still does it. He just gets up in the morning, does some punch bag work, and I still think George Foreman. If I know it sounds a bit farcical, but I still think if George Foreman walks into the ring at his age, he would still be a match for a lot of the heavyweights today, because he's got such a punch. He's still so strong,
Boxing used to be so like with Mike Tyson when he was just blowing out people. Man, that was like exciting as hell, man. Like,
Yeah, he was a legend, man. But
Yeah.
there was a debate on someone else's channel, and they said, and this guy asked, would Mike Tyson be an incel if he wasn't, he hadn't achieved this status of in boxing? And I said, hell no. What do you think?
the guy's an animal, like
Yeah.
in a good way. Like he's ferocious, man.
Yeah, Mike Tyson's on another level. Like he was beating up kids since he was a kid.
Yeah, his life is just full on rage. It's like it's incredible. Like the intensity. I mean, you need that as a fighter. That's like a different world. When you're a fighter, all you care about is fighting. So it's like you're a warrior going into battle.
But do you think if he didn't have just to go based on his looks and based on the fact he speaks of a lisp and he's quite short, he's about 5'10".
Well, the thing is like women are also attracted to like guys that are dangerous. He definitely
Yeah.
fits that element factor.
Yeah.
Where it's like this guy could literally destroy me. Like
Is he a Tyrone, Mike Tyson? Is he genetically a Tyrone?
possibly, yeah. He's just he just has that like there's some guys that have that killer instinct. It's like some guys have it and some guys don't. It's just it's like nature, right? Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
some
The best quote from Tyson is everyone got a plan until they get punched in the face.
exactly. Yeah, and
Yeah.
Tyson that's a sign of like he got like he's just a lion, and some other guys are Giselles, and in nature, it's not about being fair. It's just how it is. Nature it's beautiful and chaotic. Same with us. We're animals too. No matter how much we try to reason that we do have the power of logic and reason, but at the end of the day, we're still like retarded humans. So, and we still do retarded behaviors. So,
Yeah. This, when it comes to different human types, I've been thinking this recently about is there such a thing as genetic caste amongst men? And what do you think?
I think it's that's
Genetic cast, you said?
Yeah. What I mean is, mystery. I mean it in the sense of hierarchies between men.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
oh
Yeah,
yeah,
like-
yeah. That's definitely there. There's definitely people at the top, and it's not like the people on TV and stuff. Anyone that's on TV that's a billionaire, they have no power. It's the ones in the shadows. The
Oh,
shadows have all the power. And it's just amazing how the crowd gets pissed at Buffett or Elon Musk or big Bill Gates. I'm like, these guys are just agents. They don't have the power. It's the ones in the shadows, and we don't even know them. Like, sure, there's some certain names that's
Yeah.
been brought out, but the mainstream media never talks about these guys. They say, "Oh, you're just a conspiratard," but really, if you actually look deep within, they're entrenched in everything
We
in
all know this.
society.
We all know this.
Yeah,
But
Yeah,
yeah,
but-
just like the idea about genetic hierarchies, I think that's very, very
Yeah.
much true. The
And,
the idea that like people are just sometimes people. I've been watching that channel that you recommended. What's that guy's name?
3D Alpha.
Yeah, I've been watching his channel quite a bit, and people were like the amount of like the raw talent that somebody can just have, or like the ability to just like increase their muscle mass by like 5% a week or something like that. Some insane numbers and shit like that. Like that stuff
Yeah.
can't be like, you can't train that into somebody. Like you just can't. So you either have it or you don't. And when it comes to these hierarchies, it's really a matter of like you're gonna fall somewhere down into a natural hierarchy of like where you're gonna be at in the dating market or really any market at the end of the day. You're gonna fall into a hierarchy because that's just the reality of the situation.
Yeah. I mean, 3D Alpha. I think he's one of the best thinkers in the world today. His channel is very underrated, and he talks about this. What I've been trying to understand recently is about genetic hierarchies between men. From my perspective, which is at the moment like a near cell inkwell type guy, and you've got these. It's not really socioeconomic, really. I was thinking more in terms of sex selection, because we live in this gynocentric society where we're not having arranged marriages, are we? We're not guaranteed a future partner. We've got a kind of jester max for these women to try and persuade them to give us a chance.
So here's a good pick of genetic hierarchy. Your billions of dollars don't matter. It's in the private chat. Maybe Mystery can put it on screen.
Oh yeah.
I've seen this picture before.
Yeah,
Like
like
not just the white Chad, but look at all the Tyrone lights and Tyrones all around.
Yeah, just like all tall than he is. Like this is like raw genetic, just like inherent talent to like be tall and have like, yeah, I'll have all that shit, dude. Like no fucking way.
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
I'll post this in the chat. I think people have seen this picture before, but I'll post it in the chat. Very good picture.
I would say though that it's from my experience, it's situation dependent in a lot of cases. Are you guys talking about the sexual hierarchy or like just a hierarchy
Like
in general?
are there's genes that are just better for better in general, like just better genes. And I guess that's kind of a matter of like when you say a hierarchy, like overall that person just overall better genetically than you are, and that's like really really hard to come to terms with. So that's what we're talking about. Yeah.
I mean,
I think in certain situations it's different. Like in an academic setting, you might get a lot of these people being more deferential to like the professor, or like in the hospital towards the doctor or something, regardless of how they look. You can see that. Yeah, it's like situational dependent. I don't think there's one universal genetic
I think it's
code.
all based on instinct. So
There's an echo. I don't know if you guys.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
someone
I'm hearing an echo.
Let's do this. Still there? I might have to do it for longer.
1, 2, 3.
testing.
What were you saying, Shift?
I say it's based on instinct. There's an old anime called Bleach, and like there was like the character had to verse his inner hollow, and the hollow is a monster basically. The monster asked him what's the difference between a king and his horse, and why is one is leading to battle while the other carries the king, and it's all based on instinct. They're willing to fight and slaughter the enemies mercilessly, and that's why like guys like Zuckerberg, he has an instinct. He really really hates the human race, and he wants to enslave people, and that's why he made Facebook, made Instagram. I mean, he bought Instagram, and now he's doing the metaverse thing. How do you shut down a society? Just give them what they want and let them live in their own delusions. Once they're stuck in a virtual reality pod, then you won the game. You control their mind. They don't escape it. It's just a perfect setup. And it doesn't matter if they're born with better genetics or they're Chad or Chad-like. The people at the top, they know this. They already control the fear setting, right? Now they want to control the pleasure. Once they do that with virtual reality, augmented reality, AI, and give like super marijuana drugs where you don't feel any pain, where you just feel constant pleasure and there's no side effects, it's game over. It doesn't matter about what type of offspring you're bringing on, because your offspring, 90% of it, if you're not part of the top, they're just going to be food. They're just going to be another profit chain, So That's what I think. Like it's about the strong living and the weak. You know, they perish.
Aren't
It's
all of
like
us like kind of like subject to the chain?
yeah,
You say like you're just part of a chain. Aren't we all just subject to the chain at the end of the day? Like, isn't it less about like elites controlling everything, which they do, but there's a matter of like they also control each other too as well. They keep each other in check.
yeah.
So if one
The
person wants to do something and the other person was trying to counter that, like there's people who are against that stuff that will pay money to actually have the world be the way it is, be the way it is.
I could see people trying to make Zuck fail so then they can succeed.
Either succeed in his stead or just completely just derail what he's actually like. Let's say this whole metaverse thing, or I want to call it, is just like okay, well, what if someone out there opposes the metaverse and they have a bunch of money? They're like, okay, well, fuck, that's a dumb idea. It's gonna like go against it.
Yeah, like we don't have any power, right? This is like I'm talking. These are the games that they play up top, and Zuckerberg really doesn't have that much power because he's public. It's the ones in the shadows. You know, they're the ones who control the trends. They're the ultimate trend players, and they know like that. That's why you see in the mainstream news they're not really talking about artificial intelligence. They think it's the end of the world, inflation, which is another bullshit crap. I made videos on this, and they just want you to be fearful, like constant fear mode. It's just fear porn all over, especially this Russia-Ukraine shit. It's all about like the U.S. has a vested interest in not having Germany and Russia unite, not building that pipeline, that oil pipeline together. Because they don't want Germany to have that free, more gas and all these other things, and they want to limit Russia's influence on Europe. It's not in their vested interest, America, to let Russia reign with more power, and it's all a game. That's why they keep saying like they may attack. This is bullshit. If they wanted to attack, they would have done it. And this is all like this. Like they're trying to make an arms deal and a gas deal.
No one's gonna tell you when they're gonna attack.
Yeah, exactly. And they want to make it like so afraid. Watch it like by March. There might be a probability the Fed might raise the rates a little bit, but it's not going to be that bad. And then this arms deal just disappears, and then bam, it's like nothing happens, And then they're going to get like everyone's super euphoric, and then that's when the hammer falls. It's just constant it's a game of like constant manipulation, psychological warfare, and unfortunately, the normies and the Chads and Chad Roans, they're focusing on the wrong thing. They're not. If you don't focus on the right thing, you don't see the trends, then you're basically on that food scale. Unfortunately, being part of they taught like, oh, being a part of a group, it's good for survival. Sure, back in the old days, but now with markets and stuff, you're actually part of a group. You're gonna lose. You're gonna lose big time.
Yeah, I posted a second picture with the whole team. So this one says it all.
My God.
They're gonna
Even the
invade.
coach.
Let me see this.
It's like he's in a sea of Tyrones and Chads.
But here's the thing. He's smiling, knowing like, I got them all manipulated and trapped under the social media. So
Yeah, but he's the one with the JBW Chinese waifu.
Yeah. He's probably just laughing all the way to the bank. It's like, they're doing nothing but dollar signs. That's how it is. To be a billionaire, you have to pay a price. And he probably did some things, obviously he's doing a lot of bad things to humanity. But
someone's got some dirt on him.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why like certain groups, their names are never mentioned on mainstream media because they're all vastly interested. Like even like your investments that you have, who clears those investments, right? It's obviously one of those rich bankers of the past in the centuries. If you actually did research, none of that shit that you have is yours. So, but either way, it's good to, when you know the history, then it's good to list. If nobody else wants that money, might as well make profit on your own. There has to be winners and losers. So,
yeah.
Yeah, this is such a black pill picture.
Yeah, Mark, give me the Zuck.
Look at that. Like that guy's probably 6'7" in the background. You know, he's like super tall. His face is a little hidden, but I'm pretty sure he's like in the 6'7". Oh, but he might be cheating because if you look at his shoes, he might be like, leaning forward and tiptoeing, but still, he's tall as fuck.
I mean, it's a basketball team. They're all going to be tall.
Yeah.
Natural selection.
But
Yeah.
all those basketball players, like majority of them, there's like so many cases where they just lose a shit ton of money on stupid things. Like,
Well, they're idiots.
yeah,
A
they're
lot
like
of them.
a lot of them. They're having sex with these escorts, and they're having the idiots are just like impregnating them.
Yeah,
I'm
you could
like,
be Paul George, and his current, I think his fiance is a I think it was a stripper that he knocked up, and he offered her $1 million to get an abortion, and she said no.
holy crap! Hey, let's talk about
And he's
stupidity,
trapped.
man. And also, they buy like $50 million houses and actually have mortgages on it. And I'm like,
Yeah, and they have
what the
like
hell?
3 or 4 supercars on their rookie contract.
What is just
Yeah, shit makes zero
idiotic?
sense.
Just idiotic, man. If you had that much money, goddamn, you could just invest in index funds and just let it sit.
Yeah. Well, there was
Yeah,
actually
so check
there was
this
actually
out.
an NFL player on Hard Knocks or whatever where he was like pretty much telling guys that like that was his thing. Like that player was just telling everyone, "Hey, if you just don't touch it, you're set for life, bro." That's
Yeah,
what
they
he just
could.
kept telling them all, and everyone was like looking at him like, "Okay, bro, you nerd." When he was
Oh
right.
my god! You see,
No,
you
no,
see,
shift. Hold on. I gotta say this right because this was part of the conversation I had yesterday with one of my friends.
Mhm.
And let's just take the average, right? Which is, let's just say, nice round number, like a 50K a year.
Mhm.
So, like, I guess in the US, if you're making 50K a year, it's like slightly above average or something.
Yeah, it's about
Yeah.
average.
Yeah. And so, assuming that you work for 10 years with a good average salary, that's like half a mil, right? I'm just talking gross AGI,
Yeah,
like not even net. So you slave wage for 10 years and you only earn half a mil. Assuming you work 20, you'll earn 1 million. And then if you work 40 years, your lifetime, it's only 2 mil, right?
and they get heavily taxed.
Yeah.
And they have kids, and then you're working a dead end job.
Exactly. I'm just doing straight math. Like this is just the number part. Like
Yeah.
it all depends on your lifestyle, whether you have kids and a house and all that stuff. But in terms of earning, it's just like most people earn, 50K. Us, it's obviously gonna shift. Like you're gonna get a promotion, you might lose your
Mhm.
job. So, but just straight math, 50K a year for 40 years is like 2 mil.
Yeah.
Now, increase that to like an engineer, I still have to work like even at like say 150K a year, double that or triple that, I should say. It's like I still have to work 10 years to earn like 1.5 mil, right? And
Yeah.
then assuming I work 40 years at that salary, it's like, 4 mil, 5 mil maybe. And so
Yeah.
then
Yeah, and
these
you got costs.
Yeah, that's not even subtracting any of that life incurring costs like paying for bills or anything. But then these basketball players or whatever or celebrity, they get like literally millions in matter of days, weeks, months, a contract signed, poof, and it's like you just literally won. Like the average person will never fucking earn that kind of money in their lifetime. I mean, even as a successful stem cell, it's like you're looking at earning, 5 million tops over the course. So it's
Yeah.
like imagine just getting a contract and here you go 5 mil, here you go 20 mil. It's like you literally just won at life essentially,
He's
and then they fucking blow it.
yeah. These guys, honestly, their lifestyle catches up to them, and they keep spending a lot. But if you're a single guy, you don't need that much money, man. It's like
Yeah,
you,
yeah,
you
like
really
from
don't.
like I don't like thinking of it though. I just did like kind of the math, like with the likelihood of what I'm making, I'll probably make it between like 5 and 10 mil in my lifetime. So like these guys get in like 1 second, they might get in a signing bonus, and they
Yeah.
blow it.
And imagine you invest properly, you could easily achieve it. I mean, but
Yeah,
I say like when it comes to like investing and stuff, they say it's difficult. It really is not. Honestly, the biggest thing is just knowing how it works. And
Yeah.
that requires some time and patience, but it must be done. Because if you don't, then it's like you're done. You're
yeah.
pretty
I'm
much
just, I'm
done.
just safe with the index because like if that shit drops down to a point where that's shit in the bed, you got bigger issues than how much money's in your bank account.
All I say is when it crashes that hard, then double your contribution or triple it.
Yeah, well, I see that, but I mean, if it gets to the point where like you're ruined off of it, that means that there's bigger problems than how much money's in your bank account.
Yeah. Yeah, that's I mean, obviously you got to do it smart. You have to invest your money wisely. You're going to have an emergency fund, all these other things, right? And like trading and stuff, like that requires I mean, it's a job. It's not easy. It's like you got to have a passion for it. If you don't have a passion, then indexing is the way to go. And not every year you're going to have like stellar gains. Just it's not it doesn't work that way. Like
You know, you might get up a bunch one year, down
Yeah.
a bit another, but generally
Yeah.
the trend's kind of up.
yeah, like
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, man. Like, knowing what I know now, and I was trying to paint the picture of like, the scale at most people live, like from the pleb to the average to, these superstars or whatever. But it's like as soon as I'm probably gonna be able to earn like my 1.5 mil, I'm fucking done working. Like I'm out, dude. It's
yeah, you
it's
don't need
over.
much. Yeah.
I really don't need to work so hard. Even if I got like a shitty, you know, 20-hour week job that pays like half my living expense, I'd still be set for the next 10, 20 years
Yeah.
easy.
And honestly, you don't even have to time the markets. You don't even have to know technical like charting and stuff. I never like time it like in terms of like what number it's going to hit or some magical like number or Fibonacci, whatever the crap they're spilling out. It's really about timing the extreme emotion. It's like once you hear a Twitch streamer or Pokimane talking about which stocks to buy, or like what is that gambler's name when during the fear crash he was buying airline stocks? What was his name? Portnoy, right?
Dave Portnoy or whatever.
Yeah, and Warren Buffett was selling his airline stocks. I'm like, wow, what a fucking idiot!
What a
I'm like, good. He was just you see, there's nothing special about those guys, Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger. They just got better deals than everybody else. Like Wall Street's not about being fair. They just get better deals than everybody else, and then everyone sucks their dick.
Yeah, well, Buffett's he's a pretty conservative investor. He just throws a lot of money into it, so he gets big gains
Yeah,
because he's putting a lot in.
What I'm saying is he gets better deals than the public in advance, and then then the media portrays it like, oh, look at this great investor. I'm like, well, he got better deals, and also he been investing since the 1940s in one of the biggest bull markets the world has ever seen. I mean, it's like no brainer. The guy, it's not rocket science. So
Yeah, well, he's enjoying it though. He's just eating his ice cream and making money.
I mean, like I watched that interview with Charlie Munger, and he had some pretty based black pill finance at itself. He says society where the way they're debasing the currency, we're gonna fall like the Roman Empire. I'm like, yep, 100%. Society's already been there. Yep. Once you debase the currency, it's game over for society. It's not about blaming women. The game it's game, set, match. Once they debase the currency, you cannot have a stable society. But but he's a fear monger because he's like 98 years old. He doesn't know he's gonna probably die.
He's got no skin in the game at that point. He's just like, I'm gonna die. It doesn't matter.
That's why he's pretty based right now.
But yeah, and you got people that are. But part of it though is you got like instability is kind of the incentive for the top because you can get control out of it.
Yes, they know how to. They know that the old saying of Winston Churchill, never let a good crisis go to waste. And the guys at the top, they always use the crowd psychology. That's the number one thing. If you know that, that's black pill out of itself. Mass psychology, studying the herd and studying their extreme emotions, and you don't care what's going on with them. You just want to profit off it. Why not, man? Why not?
Yeah, you know what I think is the biggest cope of all? People that are anarchists. People that are anarchists, because like there's never, you're always going to be limited by some form of law, because someone's going to have power over you in some way.
Oh yeah, anarchy. I mean, that's like a pipe dream. You know, it's there's always a hierarchy in this world. Always.
Yeah, well, there's always like, okay, let's say you get rid of this system, you overthrow it. Guess what? Now you got a bunch of factions that are just going to scoop up the pieces, and then boom, they're in another government.
Exactly. And government is just another word of like mind control anyway. And all this like crises, you know, this year is all about how much they could fuck you up mentally at the highest order. Russia, Ukraine, inflation. This in time, like they want people to buy the dip. And then once they do and the markets go up, it's going to be like the 2018, what happened like around August to September. Man, it was just euphoria. Once euphoria comes, then they're gonna drop the hammer, and then you're gonna see like people run for the hills. Like conservatively, I see like in the fall it could probably crash like 40 to 50%.
Yeah, and then when they run for the hills, I'm like, you know, let's go buy. Let's.
You have to, like, honestly, like there's some like especially technology. Man, you got to be an idiot not to be in technology. Like AI is just evolving at a rapid rate, and VR and like Facebook. Oh my God, they're still making billions. Like they're not a crappy company. Like
they're a great company.
Yeah, they're a great company. I mean, they're controlling people's minds and they're profiting off that. I mean,
yeah, but I don't know, dude. Like when you actually look at like Facebook's numbers, they've been losing a lot of not subscribers, I guess, but people who use the app. Like all they really have right now is a bunch of like old boomers who still use Facebook. Like nobody.
I don't know. Just look at all the apps.
Facebook.
Look at all the apps.
Never doubt
Instagram is a far better option.
You got
like,
Instagram.
Even
you
that's
got
only
WhatsApp,
used by like. Keep in mind, like 80-20 still applies here. Like most of the content is produced by the top 20% of people on those apps. Like it still applies. So like. Most of the people aren't even doing any real engagement on the app. Like there's nothing really happening, so they're not getting any data. Which is the whole point of that. Which is the whole point of Facebook and Instagram and WhatsApp. WhatsApp is by far the most successful part of the business, probably I'd imagine, because like there's no way that Facebook is pulling in the number that it used to pull in. It just doesn't happen. Same thing with Netflix too, and Netflix has a huge issue right now with like people just unsubscribing. It's like, what's the point of doing this?
The thing is, the big companies are buying the metaverse and the virtual land. So especially BlackRock and all these, like they say otherwise. The money is going in. Like Facebook is at a discount. If it goes even lower, that's it doesn't matter anyway. If you're like in the NASDAQ, like the index fund, you're good. You have Facebook anyway, so you're good. And also like other stocks like semiconducting, like Nvidia, Intel, AMD. I mean, goddamn, Nvidia is just making hand over fist of money. Holy shit! Like, good lord, man. Like the next super bubble is artificial intelligence and VR, man. There's a watch in like 2026, 2028. I'm just
saying it probably won't be Facebook leading that charge though to some extent.
Oh yeah. Once AI becomes mainstream, then like even small companies will be more agile and they'll be able to make better products, better customer service. And any company that treats them like shit, they'll be like, oh, we're not interested in that. We're gonna go with the company that actually treats us right. So they're gonna be shocked. Like that's what happened in the year 2000. You know, they had AOL, Yahoo, and Amazon. And guess what? AOL is gone. Yahoo, it's like a former shell of itself. It's done. There's always going to be like new companies in town. So,
yeah, it seems like most of Facebook's recent purchases have been like gaming to include their VR stuff.
Yeah, it's really smart. I mean, and here's the thing: it's not always simple to buy shit. You know, they got to make you doubt it. They got to make you doubt. But if you know the trend, who cares? Like, especially if you're just in an index fund, if a company is like rising up and becoming like a super player, then the index is just going to weigh it more, and then it's just, I just don't see anything else that's really like investable. Like, what, you're going to invest in oil now? Oil is just going to correct. It's like, it's an absolute joke. Like, everyone goes whatever's popular, but that doesn't work in markets. You got to go where, like, tech right now, nobody likes tech right now. And I'm thinking, like, this is beautiful. This is absolutely beautiful.
Can I ask you a question, please, Shift?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Just it's a bit off topic. Your accent is it East Coast?
Yeah, well, I'm like from the Balkans, but I was raised in New York, so now I'm out of New York. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I thought you sounded like a guy from Chicago. All right.
Yeah. It's like I got trained by a guy that was in the Chicago Board of Exchange with trading. I fucking love trading and stuff and investing and how markets work. Love the psychology aspect of it. I think it's just like such a good skill to have. Like, this blows my mind. Like, guys, they analyze women, but they don't analyze how money works. I'm like, you guys are just, what the fuck? Come on, dude. Like who? Like, if people are watching like guys like rating faces, I'm like, dude, this is just so fucking weird, man.
Yeah, bro, you got perfect lips, and your gonial angle is so lovely. You're gonna get all the women.
You got a negative cantle tilt. It's over for you.
Oh, it's over for you. Oh, negative cantle tilt. Your forehead is a bit big.
Your
Norwood
ratio is bad.
Yeah, and you might get some JBW points, but
holy shit, man, it's just so fucking weird.
You know, on that topic of I too believe that the global system is heading for collapse sometime during this century. I actually think it's going to start collapsing around the late 30s, early 40s. I've given this so much thought, and I think what will be the post globalist world, where I think most countries will revert to some form of technocratic feudalism. That's what I think will happen.
Like, the West is already setting up itself for, central bank digital currency. Once that happens, it's game over. It's game over for everybody in the West, especially if America implements it. Like, the dollar is already digital, but I'm talking about where everything is on a ledger and the central bank, the Fed, is controlling and watching your every transaction. If you're a meat eater, you get taxed more and shit. It's 100% coming. There is no question.
Hold on.
I don't actually believe this. I don't actually believe. I mean, like all of us here, every single gentleman here, we've all read, and we're all red pilled. We all know what's going on. But from what I can see, I've given this so much thought. I was looking into this type of stuff when I was 17 years old. I'm 39 now. This 22 years of reading.
No, same here. That's
about
the Fed. Yeah.
I know about the Fed and all that. In my opinion, no, I don't think that. I don't think that all this, like the social credit and pulling people into this digital currency where you're tracked and that this belief that there's momentum for this total control. No, I don't agree. I think it's going to collapse. I don't think they're going to succeed. That's just my, and the reason for that is that because people on this panel, we're equals and we're black pilled, and we've seen this dating problem. That's why we're here, but we're probably not neurotypical in the sense that we're outliers psychologically. We're the type of people that have spent years and years and years looking at society. To quote Colin Wilson, who is a fantastic philosopher from London, he said that you become an outsider when you do not fit in. The very fact of thinking about society makes you an outsider.
I embrace it. I fucking
love it. I do. And when you're actually not an agent and you can actually see what's going on, what I think the momentum's. I actually lost. What was I talking about? I forgot now.
You're talking about how you don't agree that central bank digital currency is going to happen.
Right.
Which I hope you're right. I mean, I don't want that either. So.
All right. Well, this is what I'm saying. Yeah. You've got. Has anyone here read the book, The Fusion of Innovations? Anyone here read it?
No, I haven't.
Nope.
No, it's
Nope.
it's a really. I was going through a political stage in my late 20s, and I was handed this book, and it basically explains how people think in a societal level. And what you've got is you've got the mainstream culture, then you've got you've got like different subgroups who think different things, but they tend to be hated by the mainstream. But what happens is that within a population, most people who conform to the mean, even if they don't believe it, they'll outwardly display signals they do because it gives you social capital. But there's a few people here and there, like myself, like people on this board, who are just so adamant. They're so what's the word? Defiant that they will voice their opposition to things. And they think differently, and they actually willing to be dissidents from no matter what the circumstances are. And slowly they start gaining something called early adopters, and that's people that are a little bit on the fence to begin with, and they start to get pulled into the distant thinkers range. And then after the early adopters, then you start to get basically you start chipping away at the mainstream until you've got a whole block of people who are basically then delineated from the mainstream. Then you've got this kind of dichotomy. And I think what's happened in the West, particularly the West, because it is a Western problem, is that we've now got what you call a critical mass of people in Germany, France, Poland, Ukraine, Russia, Spain, who have spent the last 20 years listening to people. And what we've got now, we've got a critical mass. And that critical mass of people, the moment that things start to be implemented, that you've got to take these bloody this or that, whatever, yeah, it's going to be stopped. And I guarantee you, 2024, 2025, it will not be in place. This is not going to succeed. I'll tell you that. Yeah,
I think before any big major letdown, there's going to be euphoric rise first. That's what once that happens, I'm talking about, like how the year 2000 with tech and all that, and then it just crashed 70-80%, and then the 9/11 happened. Before every major big crisis, there's always going to be euphoric rise. So I just say this time, that emotion, when that shit is happening, everyone's dancing like it's 1999, and they're saying, look how much money we're making, all that other stuff. Then it's time to be oh, it's time to run for the hills. I mean, it's time to get out early before disaster strikes, and then it starts the next cycle. So, I mean, it's a probability if this currency thing will happen. It's a probability. Another probability, AI will just be the ultimate being. We made it, but then AI is just going to correct itself. And what I see when I talk to some people about this, in maybe in the year 2080, when it's super advanced, there's a probability either we're all dead from it. It decides that we're useless, but at least the top players, the ones at the top, the shadows, they're all dead too, because AI is not going to be ruled by these humans. Yeah. Or the AI decides we're not going to destroy the people that are harmless. We're just going to destroy the ones at the top. I mean, those are all probabilities. So
yeah, I think the thing that people have got to start saying. I'm not talking about the. I'm not elitist,
I'm these are just my observations. Yeah. I'm not either. Who am I? I don't have no power. So
I'm a sub 5, looks and that, and I'm not IQ maxed. I'm not, nothing. There's nothing special about me. I'm not saying it's from a perspective of superiority. But if you look at the call it what they are, the kind of people that are more manipulatable by mainstream media, the type of people that will hear somebody in authority tell them something, and they automatically believe it because they've got some status and authority in their particular area. I know people that if they hear a doctor talk on TV, they automatically think that doctor's speaking the truth. That type of person. And unfortunately, around 70% of the population across the world is like that. But that critical mass that has developed now for the last 20 years, they're a big cog in the wheel. for this kind of agenda, which is, we all know what's going on. And in my opinion, what we've got to say to each other is that and make it a mainstream voice, is that all we want, this is, I think anyone who agrees with this, I think anyone listening agrees with this, all a man wants is a few things. He wants a wife, family. He wants a job where he can actually he can participate in the economy, and he can earn enough money for himself and his family, and have a few pleasures here and there, and savings for his children. And the third thing is he wants his boundaries respected. Every man wants to know that he's going to he's secure, and his family is secure, and he's not going to have somebody consistently badgering him. Yeah, he can just get on with his own life.
Peace.
Yeah, it sounds like peace. And if people could just say that's what we want, and we're not getting this at the moment, then, and if the voice is loud enough, and I think it will get loud enough as the years go on, I just don't have much. When you look at the people in power, they're not superhuman. A lot of them are just atheistic retards.
We elected them. Yeah.
Yeah. And you look at through history. I've studied history fastidiously. The amount of times that people in power have made decisions and they've gone wrong, and have actually down the road made decisions that have actually put them out of power. You're looking at, that's the story of history. I mean, English history is an example of bad decisions made by elites, and then change happening because they went too far. And
also in history, you could tie who usually controls the laws and the money. Like whoever controls the money supply controls the laws. And English is very famous. Like the Baron Rothschild, that famous quote. It's just it's an absolute truth, absolute. And that's what I look like. How could when I look at a situation, I always look at with the geopolitics. How could bankers profit off this? I always think of it that way, because they're the ones that run the show anyway. So and it's sad that society doesn't realize that they're the ones that cause all the misery. The fiat currency causes all this misery. It's a debt-based system. But people are just oblivious to it. So
So, not to cut you off, Jack, but I think you were onto something. But then before I got banned off Discord, I sent Shift and Caduceus that video by BP or BB on the ESG.
Oh yeah.
So did you guys have a chance to watch that? I know it's a long ass video, but I thought it was it's probably one of the more eye-opening black pill. It's it's like we're peeking behind the curtain finally.
Yeah, it's absolute fucking joke that they're passing off this ESG crap. They just want to pass more taxes and shit. And honestly, Russia and China, they're not even following this crap. They're just saying F you to these things. And honestly,
so do you think this is only a US thing then?
I think it's I think it's more of trying to push a global tax on more citizens and stuff. I think in certain countries they already try to have your credit card try to capture how much carbon you consume and shit. And I'm holy crap.
Tax, yeah.
And this is all about money, man. It's not about green earth or whatever. It's fucking BS.
No. What I meant is the ESG is as a disguise, for those that don't know, it's that environmental, social, and governance garbage.
Yep.
But I think it digs deeper into that whole social. One sec. The whole what do you call it? The indoctrination into this dystopian socialism.
Yeah.
So I think he does make it a good case, right? So where the fuck does money come from? It comes from the feds, right? And they literally print fucking money. They create money out of nothing.
Yeah.
And who do they give it to? They give it to companies that agrees, which are basically BOA, Chase, the banks.
Yes, and then they give it to BlackRock Investment Corps and all these other things, and they scam the public. You look at the media, they talk about inflation, but they're printing money, but the money velocity is zero. So it's an absolute joke. That means money is not going into the economy. It's not traveling around the economy.
Right, exactly. And I think Jack has it right. It's not about the money, it's about this bullshit social engineering.
Yeah.
So ultimately, what I'm trying to say is it's actually, we're thinking it wrong. The term, the meme term, what is it? Like, go get woke, go broke. I think that's actually a kind of a half truth, but it's a lie because for the vast majority, people are sheep and conformist. So it's like it's actually get woke, get rich is the term.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't care if Apple goes woke or Facebook. I mean, who cares? All I care about is the trend. Like,
Yeah,
if
yeah. So
yeah,
what I'm saying is like we're based enough to see that yeah, get woke, go broke is actually not real. It's just follow where the woke, you will follow the rise of the money because that's where actually the money is going.
yeah,
You know what I mean? And so, in a sense, it's like a double-edged sword. It's like you know where the trend is going. I fucking don't agree with some of these companies like Amazon or Apple
who d-
going woke or whatever.
who
But
doesn't?
then, yeah, at the end of the day, you got to take your emotion out of the market because
Yes,
the money doesn't give a fuck about
yeah,
you. So, as much as I hate to say, like, you should be investing in woke companies because that's
tech,
where you're
yeah.
gonna see the gain.
Yeah, and they do this all the time. They make it like, oh, look at what these companies doing. They're going to go down. They're going to go down. It does the opposite. When the crowd hits a certain, you got to do the opposite. Even if you feel like shit, that's actually the best time. Like in markets, united you lose, but divided you rule the roost. So there's no team in markets. None. It's you
Yeah,
against apex predators. So.
Yeah,
yeah.
I would encourage everyone to watch that BB video. It's fucking long, but it's actually one of the eye-opening videos I've seen in a while.
Like honestly, like everyone should read about crowd psychology. It's like there's a reason why it's not taught in schools, because if people knew about it, then people would be like, what the fuck? They would actually wake up. But I have no hope of like people waking up. Like, sure, it looks like they're waking up. They could march, but at the end of the day, every time they protest, they go home. I'm like, that's not a protest. A protest is you standing there until, and like literally dying where you're standing.
Yeah,
For
yeah.
yeah,
The thing is, one of the best books on crowd control and crowd psychology is a book by a guy called Gustave Le Bon, The Crowd.
oh yeah, he's the
Yeah,
god, one of the godfathers.
yeah, yeah. That was read by a lot of the 20th century political
Absolutely amazing book.
political leaders. It's fan. I read it. I was neat maxing during my 20s, and I must have read it 4 times in a row. At the moment, what we're experiencing at a macro level across the world is a paradigm shift. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening right now as we're talking, and the work of Gustave Le Bon can actually be observed. What's going on a global scale?
Yes.
You know what he talks about, how the beginning of the ending of the end of a system is, what is it? The revolution starts with the end of an idea. That was one of his famous quotes. And if you look at how it's happened, is it was a very small amount of people in the early days of the internet, and they were talking about different things that were going on, and red pilling people. And now it's reached a critical mass, and you're never going to have, in any society in history, it's never happened. You're never going to have a society where everybody in that particular region understands their culture or understands the ideas or the knowledge of the cultural buried elite. It's only a very small amount of the population that understands these things and then passes it on to the next generation. Most people just they middle in the middle. But if you look at places at the moment there's about 30% in each nation who are pretty much red pilled now, and that's all that's all that's ever been needed for a paradigm shift to actually be implemented within the society, and it's happening, and we're lucky to be living in this period of time. The thing is that once this globalist system starts to implode, and it will in the next 2 or 3 years, what we've got afterwards is probably an even bigger problem, and that is one of them is the incel question, because we can't go on like this as men. You know, I mean, we can't go on living in a world where we've got 30% of men in Western countries, and it's now in third world countries as well, who are basically crippled with this lifestyle of just self-isolation, atomization, no family life, no real social life, because you can't mix socially because everyone's on drugs and everyone's drinking, everyone's a degenerate. And you've just basically got these people just creeping back behind their door and just hoping that the world changes, and just they can't go outside because it's just getting worse and worse.
This is what they're going to implement once VR gets like super
It
realism.
won't happen.
There'll be a huge market. Both sexes will lose. Both
It won't
sexes.
happen. It won't happen. This globalist system is going to implode next 2 or 3 years. I'll guarantee you. I'll come back on here in 2 or 3 years' time, and it would have happened.
Let's see. I mean, like in markets, we just have to see what happens and let it unfold. You know, it's all probabilities anyway. So,
well, I mean, one of the things that I think needs to be done on a macro scale is that remember I was talking earlier about how TrueCell should have sex workers as part of a welfare system, because these people have been suffering for a very long time, and the social care systems for these people is just to stick them in a wheelchair and just tell them and give them a few strokes and that. And I think these people should be given high tier stasis as a sort of as a compensation for their disabilities. But
wait, to sex workers?
No, yeah, I think high tier stasis should be given should be offered to TrueCells 3 times a week to satiate their.
Oh, wait, hold on, wait,
Oh,
hold on. I gotta ask this, Jack Tisson.
Yeah,
is that your real name?
No.
All right, I need to know what to spell when I write your ass in for fucking president. God damn it! So, like, I don't care about the UK thing. I'll call that shit a technicality. Like, God damn it.
Yeah, no, right. You got these guys. When you've got guys who are in wheelchairs and that, yeah. And every man who's born, if he's got a brain and he's got testosterone, he's got a sex drive. And do you think these people in wheelchairs don't want to have sex and they don't want to have relationships and families? Of course they do.
The guy's alive. He wants to have sex. That's it. It's like,
and these sex workers, these Instagram thoughts, and these social media e-girls and that, they're on the other end of the genetic spectrum, and they're getting all these privileges from their beauty and youth and gender. And there's this other section of society who's completely missing out, and they're both sides of this different spectrum. So why not, if they're making money out of their privileges, they're part of a privileged part of society, why can't they give a bit of their time to the less privileged? And that's the TrueCells. And they should be offering them services to a TrueCell at least once a week, so it accumulates to 3 times a week. These TrueCells are having peak sexual experiences, and because being a TrueCell is the true disability, it's the true. It's the place of very bad underprivilege, and society doesn't give a damn about these people. But for the
how the next election is going to be won? It's campaigning for legalized Stacy's.
Yeah,
or legalize like cocaine and heroin and stuff. This war on drugs and all these other things. I'm like, just let people it's like a paradox, right? And the more you go into war about certain things, the more it's going to cause more misery. It's not going to solve the issue. But what if you just open it up? And the other paradox, the extreme paradox, is make it all legal. Let people decide. Open some centers if they want to have some help.
Legalize the, Punani. Like, I think every guy would vote.
Yeah, if everybody guy would vote like that, we wouldn't be in such a cooked society in the first place.
Yeah, it would cut the sexual inflation down tremendously because then women will actually have competition.
You're
So,
not gonna. Let me tell y'all what would possibly happen if it came across at all. You had a cucked ass model where the selling is legal, but the buying isn't, and that's the most you would ever get. And you
or
had to market all this shit as female empowerment.
or just have a virtual reality.
Yeah, that too. But I was just saying, Jack, that's what's happening right now. It's like they don't punish the seller, but they only punish the buyer. It makes no fucking sense.
Well, also the private prison system gets so much money, so it's like a never-ending cycle. They want you put you in like a state of prison, especially in the West. They want to put your mind in a state of prison, like even if you're not in prison. Yeah, all this misery and like all this like political crap, all this crap. Like growing up, nobody cared about. Like when I was growing up, like politics were like tamed and stuff. But now I realize, you know what? It was never tamed. It was just not as popular to be as outrageous. But then I realized America is under $30 trillion in debt. No wonder why society's fucked up.
You also talking like if you're talking about your youth, you're also talking about the time before social media, though.
Yeah, it was like there was less to go around, less to see, and sometimes that's better that way. You don't want to be bombarded with like ads or like seeing all this like people trying to do better than you and shit. Like it does fuck up your mind. So,
yeah. What's that term Ted Kaczynski used? Over socialization.
Yeah. And social media itself, like how it fucks up your dopamine. I mean, it's definitely leading to disastrous results. And I think once they make a very realistic, like virtual reality, both sexes are going to lose. It's like, why would a guy go with a real person when you could just go in VR and it feels real, it's super real, and you don't get diseases or anything. I know it's not our dream, or like I don't wish this upon it, but the trend is pretty unstoppable once in motion. So I just hope I'm wrong.
If we're talking about AI VR, there's one thing. If we're talking about real people going into VR and interacting with other real people in VR, I can tell you one reason men wouldn't want to do that, because they're not trying to fuck a tranny.
Yeah, what if
Transformers?
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah.
That's gonna be Transformers Central, dog. It's over.
Yeah,
it's gonna be like incels dating incels with. All right, the VTuber phenomenon and shit where you get a fucking Japanese fucking hikikomori, and give him a fucking blue fucking I don't know. Fucking blue-haired avatar and shit from fucking K-On! Whatever, and they make it like $1 million. That would just be VR forever if it's just human on human. No exception.
I mean, the way it is, it's like, goddamn. No wonder why like things are just so like there's so much disorder. That usually means there's a tremendous opportunity coming in. I mean, as watching, I don't agree with Jack Tisson's point of view. In 3 years, we're going to be in a big collapse, but who knows? You could just throw in.
I didn't say we're going to be in a collapse. I didn't mean. It's very difficult. 'Cause I'm on YouTube, and I've got to be careful what I say. Yeah. Believe you me, I know what's going on. And there's this kind of you can see this movement to some sort of like technocratic control system that's looking like it's gaining momentum over the world population. You've only got to go outside and talk to the average person, and anything in the media which seems to be engineered to cede individual power to the state. It seems to be the mainstream consensus that this is a good idea to protect them from whatever the media has told them is happening at that time. You get my drift, yeah?
Yeah.
And what I was saying is that I use the analogy of I
I studied quite a lot of medieval Spain. Like medieval Spain. If you look at the system that was in place there, you had the Moors that were. I'm not against the Moors. This is not a race thing.
Yeah.
But you had the Moors that were controlling Spain for 800 years. And you could see that eventually the Moors' plans failed, even though they had total power. They're the most powerful institution in the world for a very long time. Elites make mistakes. And what's happened now is that they're putting this technocratic control system in place at the very time where mass communication at a democratic level is at its peak in human history. They're putting it in place as a paradigm shift was happening amongst the population, and they're putting it in place just at a time where there's enough people who are young, got testosterone. We're not completely screwed in by the chemical system they're putting in place and all that. And what will happen is that every time that they try to implement something like whatever, it will be stopped. It will be stopped. It will be stopped, and it will completely fail. I'm not saying that there's going to be a collapse of the global system. What I'm saying is that the actual technocratic control system will not be implemented.
I kind of see. Basically,
it won't happen, and we're going to notice. We'll notice. I predicted. I've got a friend in London. He'll tell this. I predicted the George Floyd riots in 2010. Yeah. All right. I predicted there will be some sort of left-wing kind of globalist kind of rebellion kind of thing put on by the media in 2010. My predictions, I'm not being egotistical, they never go wrong. Yeah.
No, it's just observations. It's good insights.
Yeah, and it's not going to succeed, the technocratic control system, but after the failure of the globalist system to actually implement this totalitarian system, there's going to have to be a debate at a macro level in society about what we do to solve the issues that we've commonly got within our societies. And I say that one of them we've got to deal with is the incel problem. And I think it's a fundamental. I mean, you look at we can't go on like this. We can't go on living like this. Also,
Joe, Jack. So I think there's going to be a critical mass. I don't know, call it probably end of 2030, maybe 2040.
2030.
But yeah, I kind of agree. 2030 is probably the critical mass point, because you have to realize like this problem needed to be solved 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So yeah, and in Japan, I was reading some of these articles about how they're trying to solve it. And I think even in some of the Western Europe, even in the Orthodox ones, they're trying to encourage people to have kids. So that you got government subsidies. So it's like, okay, if you're a young couple and you're trying to have kids, it's like you would get lowered assistance on or lowered pricing on housing, cars. Like you get a minivan for a discount. If you were to buy like a family vehicle, all sorts of like incentives essentially. But then I think they've been trying that, and at least from countries that have been trying that, it's like actually just the data supports it's the opposite. So even incentivized to have kids, it's just like it doesn't work.
Just pay your way out of hypergamy, bro. That's all you got to do.
So I think when we hit that critical mass, it's like, well, world governments, they know the problem. There is just no solution to it. It's like it's really hard to, quote unquote, force people to make put buns in the oven.
Yeah. I mean, I remember about last year, I made quite a controversial statement. I said that there's nothing like crippling poverty to give you a population of very pleasant, sweet, and respectable females. Yeah. It is what it is. I was actually thinking about a solution for black cells. Actually, at the moment I'm studying the digital divide. Have you aware of this, Drux?
Sounds familiar, but yeah, you can enlighten me.
Well, I'm doing my dissertation at the moment, and I'm choosing the easiest one to do. and it's digital divide. It's basically about how there's a difference in internet access and digital understanding between the global north and the global south. Well, one of the graphs I read was about Africa. Now, this is actually quite a white pill for black cells. Do you know that in Africa, only 15% of African women have got internet access?
Oh, yes, yes. I've read about this. There's
Yes.
actually, the reach is spreading, obviously,
Yeah,
but
you got
the
Starlink and all that shit. Go ahead.
no, Starlink's a fucking joke, dude. It's not gonna happen anytime soon. It's just one of those another facade by Elon Musk.
Yeah.
But the idea of Starlink in itself is feasible, but then if you actually look at the cost and everything, anyway, that's not the point right now. Like, if you want to go watch a good video, also Thunderfoot debunked Starlink essentially. But then, yeah, like what I was trying to say is, like, there are areas in the world where still, people just don't even know the basics of like internet browser. It's like it seems like ancient times. Now everyone is fucking born with a IV and iPhone in their hand. Babies are like learning self-teaching on iPads with lazy helicopter parents. But that's kind of only in the West. It's like yeah, I remember now with the digital divide. So, like, especially sub-Saharan Africa, like, you ask them Zuckerberg, they don't know who that is. They don't know what Facebook is. They don't know the internet really.
They've only got across some parts of Africa. I think they've only got 2G. I mean, they haven't even got 3G access, and this is quite a large part of the continent. If you see, a lot of black cells are basically, I see black cells, generally speaking, they're introverts with higher IQs. I think that's the quintessence of their problems. And if they could money max in the West and then go over to Africa, you're dealing with a population of females that only 15% of them are keyed into the social media kind of thing. Yeah, surely surely you can find a decent woman there if you've got money. What do you reckon?
Latin America seems to be the most popular now, but Africa seems to be coming up as well as far as black geomaxers. But
Well, 15%, only 15%, Jack, are actually on the internet. Isn't that a white pill?
yeah, it basically hasn't been ruined completely yet. So
Yet, get in there quick.
Yeah, like I say, the Overton shifting or window is shifting.
Well, they're talking about it. I'm reading this digital divide, and you can see a bit of scheming when I was reading this paper, and they're saying that that the digital divide in Africa and these South American countries is it's a problem because a part. This is what they're saying. This is not me quoting it. This is not me making it up. Part of female empowerment is for them to be online. Yeah. So these women in not just Africa but South America, Middle East, who are not online, who are not flexing their sexual market value on these apps, they're not empowered. So, there is attempts made to actually start to put these women on the internet, no matter where they are in the world. So, these places, these last bastions of sanity, you've got to get in there quick. Next decade or so.
Yeah, it's a bit harder in terms of geomaxing is literally shifting your life to a whole new area. So it's not easily done, but it is like one of those last bastions. If you're willing and able to do, it could bear you good success.
Yeah. It does seem to be. In your opinion, Drew, what would you say is the place in the world at the moment on the global scale where the culture isn't as fucked up, basically, from sort of Western globalism and all the cultural trends.
I was the word unironically? Yeah, unironically. Yeah, it's North Korea, dude. No, I don't. It's we laugh, but it's
What?
probably the last bastion.
How the fuck are y'all missing the holy grail of base right now?
Where's that?
Afghanistan, god damn it! Like,
No. Like I'm talking, like North Korea, you're severely limited. Like I think half the population, more than half the population, doesn't even know what the internet is. It's like it's so strictly authoritarian that you know it's like basically they're in the Stone Ages in terms of technological scale from the modern day. Like obviously the few people in government, people that travel outside, they're gonna be based and well educated and know all this shit. But the average pleb doesn't even know, the other world exists.
Really?
Yeah. No, I shit you not. So let's see. There was this pretty base documentary too. I think it was on Netflix. It's like How to Be a Dictator, and it's narrated by what's that guy? Tyrion Lannister, the short guy.
Oh,
But
yeah.
yeah, it's the playbook on how to be a dictator, and uh, it starts off with like Hitler, Mussolini, Gaddafi, Saddam Hussein, and I think the Kim Jong dynasty. And the only successful dictatorship to have survived is the North Korean dynasty. And one of the ways that you control the populace is literally starve them of information.
Makes
They,
sense.
yeah, go ahead.
Well, I don't know much about North Korea. I don't know if I should say this, but I kind of like the guy. Is it Kim Jong Un?
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
Kim Jong Il, Kim Jong Un,
Yeah.
and now it's the third guy. But
no, it's Kim Il Sung, then Kim Jong. Shit, I forgot the
yeah,
order.
Il Sun was the first one.
Yeah.
But it's lasted 3 generations, which is a span of like what 60, 70 years.
He's like a
Yeah,
giga
it's from 1940. So imagine that from 1940 to 2020, it still survived. So that's what 40, 60 plus 20. That's 80 years, dude.
Yeah.
And I have no doubt he'll keep going for another 20 and make it a 100-year dynasty in fucking the modern day.
Yeah.
And it's so, and then have you guys watched what's that channel as well? Not Geopop, but Polymatter. Yeah, Polymatter. It's like a couple of videos ago he talked about the sanctions don't work. And North Korea is like one of the most heavily sanctioned countries on the planet, but they seem to do fine. And that's because China and Russia support them just barely minimum enough for the country to function. And then finally, it's already a losing game. Like NK has, tactical nukes, and so every president since Reagan that the United States had to deal with NK, they all fucking know that it's over. Like they won. They have the nukes. It's not gonna happen. They can't wipe NK off the map. uh, and also backed by China. Because for China, it's like a buffer. It's like SK could invade. SK is just basically the gateway into China or the staging ground. So as long as NK exists, there's always going to be that buffer.
It's funny.
Um,
It's funny.
so going forward, every president tries to tout like, oh, more sanctions, more restrictions. NK needs to play ball. They need to denuclearize. Like, dude, they all know it's fucking already over. It's just that they don't want to be that president that admitted defeat. So it's
God
like
bless him. God bless
it's
him.
all a facade, man.
God
Yeah,
bless
like going back to support my point, the NK is the most repressed society on the planet, and they still have the blue pill 1950 era American, keeping up with the Joneses before there was keeping up the Joneses mentality.
Good. Good. It's funny actually how culture affects the population. You've got South Korea, which is perhaps the most degenerate country in Asia, right? Yeah.
No, you actually have a point. Like SK is a fucking country that's going extinct,
Yeah.
while NK is actually technically still flourishing.
Yeah. I met
South
some
Korea is more west than the actual fucking west. That's how bad South
Yeah,
Korea
there
is.
you go.
Yeah. I mean, the average South Korean woman buys dogs, and that's her replacement for a family. They're obsessed with. I mean, I'm a dog lover, but I don't think they should replace the family. They should be part of the family. And I met some South Koreans when I was out in Spain. I met them a couple of times in northern Spain when I was out there during the summer before Chad 19. And you get this sense from them that they. One good thing about South Korean men is they all do a term in the military. They do about 18 months in the military. They get some training, so they're pretty masculine. The South Korean guys. But you get this sense when you talk to them that they kind of worship. They've got idol worship of Seoul, the capital, and they all kind of say the same thing. It's 24/7 entertainment in this city, and they kind of have this mind frame that they live in this city, they work, and then they get entertained, and it's like a sort of hamster wheel, and they do that until they die. Forming families and actually reproducing themselves and actually keeping their society going isn't even part of their thought processes. They seem to be a very highly entertained dying species.
There was man, it's like one of those ancient videos that I saw, but it was like so based and black pilled. It's like I wish I can find it again because it's like a black pill within another black pill. But I think it was a documentary based on the NK defectors that went to the South SK. I mean, they have like a policy of any NK defecting, the government of SK will take care of them. But it's literally like a culture shock, right? Like they're the same racial people,
Yeah.
but then once they cross the border, it's like you just walk into from fucking fifth world into like, first world developed nation. And every one of them like gets like a culture shock, and the amount of freedom, the amount of thing you can do compared to like living in a fucking prison industrial complex as a country. And then it was like the struggle of how like one family defected, and it's like the usual route is they go to either China, and then they evade the Chinese authorities too, and then they go to Mongolia, and then finally like into one of those southeast countries, and then from there the embassy can fly them over to SK. But then it's like when you defect, anyone left behind within your family is automatically a traitor, and they will get executed. And
Really?
so yeah 100%. So full well knowing, like, would you defect knowing that you got family left behind and they're gonna die for sure? And the black pill is that these fucking NK bitches would drop their family in a heartbeat to go live the Western lifestyle. That's the real black pill.
Doesn't shock me at all. It doesn't shock me at all. I can imagine. I've met many people who I believe are capable of doing something like that. I didn't realize it was so oppressive that your own family they operate like a sort of mafia.
Yeah, I mean that's how you run a successful dictatorship that lasts 80 years.
Yeah, he's a bit harsh though, isn't he? You know, but mind you, I suppose he's got to do that to keep power. I don't know.
Yeah, I think
Why is it so harsh?
the funny joke is in the long run, NK doesn't have to do anything. SK will basically go extinct on their own.
Which is the most fucked up and hilarious? You like if this was like 20 years ago, you would never expect that shit. But that's honestly honestly probably gonna happen. You're gonna have all these first world nations are gonna be overcome by people that just happen to exist longer.
Yeah. Isn't Singapore? Isn't that the worst birth rate in the world?
I thought South Korea was.
South Korea is the worst. I think it's like 0.7
or lower. Yeah.
What the hell? I mean, to me, that's rancid. What is the point in them being born in the first place? So they're basically. Tell me if I'm wrong.
It's not talk, but do a couple of homework assignments. Research schools in SK. They're literally shutting down a bunch of schools and consolidating them because there's no fucking kids to teach in the first place.
That bad?
It's like that in Japan too.
Yeah, same thing is happening there too. But like the worst sign is like when they're demolishing schools and consolidating schools because literally you don't have an audience to teach. Like, why would you ever have a movie theater if there is no movies to play? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll tell you one Asiatic race that isn't going to go extinct is the Filipinos.
Wait, isn't their birth rate shit?
No, Filipinos is actually pretty high. They're still majority Christian Orthodox.
Like replacement high or just high for death rate high?
I think it's still at replacement.
It's higher. I've spent quite a bit of time on the Filipino dating sites, doing a bit of like sort of virtual geomaxing.
Yeah, and part of it is like the running joke is Filipinos are the contract world of the Southeast Asia. Like a lot of Filipinos go out of Philippines to earn money to bring back to their families in Philippines. So it's like it's still poverty stricken but Christian Orthodox. So
amongst the Asians, I think there's a sort of stereotype that they're the sort of the lower ones, but the when you speak to the Filipino people, one thing about the Filipino people is, now this might shock Jack and Drulux, who are the richest ethnic group in the USA per capita?
I want to say Asian.
I don't
The
want to
Jews.
say okay, yeah, I didn't want to say it because I was like, all right, I'm going.
Well, okay, we won't mention that, yeah. But
Hold on. It's the star people. Get it right, people.
I would have bring the echo pill into this, goddamn it, but I was like, Whoopi just got canceled. I might get the stream ended, like shit.
Yeah, well, we won't go there. We talk the actual ethnic group is the Filipino Americans, yeah. And the reason why is when you check it out, you go on Google, richest ethnic group in America. Yeah, these people, they work like fuck. Yeah, they in the Philippines. That a guy would do like a 14-hour day just doing some shit job, and their whole primary purpose is just to work earn money for their families. And I was talking to Filipino girls, and they were talking about their friends and family, and being the type of guy I was asking them questions to find out what their family structure was like and how they were doing in society. And I asked this one girl, and I said, how many your friend? I said, how many children she got? I said, 6. And then I said, what about the other one? 3. The other one, 5. It's always 3, 4, 5, and 6. And it's because they've got this Catholic culture where fundamentally they're traditionalists. And they're doing very well in that sense. And they're pretty smart people. So I I would say that that Philippines is going to be one of the movers and shakers in Asia once the South Koreans and the Singapore and all the rest of them die out.
Yeah, the national export of Philippine is themselves as the labor force.
It's literally what I tell y'all about Africa. That's gonna be it's gonna be all these like poor places that are gonna be built up by the first world just so they have somewhere to sell people to.
Yeah. I mean,
Plus,
Nigeria,
they're gonna need imports. They can hold up the welfare states and shit. So,
you know, Sierra Leone, Jack. Sierra Leone in West Africa has actually got they've got the highest IQ in Africa. It's actually higher, the average IQ in Sierra Leone, than Romania's IQ and Ireland's IQ and Bulgaria's IQ. Do you know that? And they've actually got a few subsets in West Africa. The business elite that's pretty smart, and if they're expanding their numbers because their birth rate's going through the roof there in Africa. Yeah, they're going to be the future, I think, of the world population.
they have to be the future because there ain't gonna be nobody else there. It's either gonna be them on Earth or nobody. Like shit.
Yeah. Them and the Filipinos.
Yeah, Japan's on its way out too. I think it's like by 2050, it's less than 100 million people. I think it's still like at a 130 or 120 or something.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Jack.
No, Drawlix, I didn't want to be off topic kind of, but what was it about the China undercounting the women they have actually?
What do you mean by undercounting? Like, what's the context here?
Basically, I think I forgot where I saw that the population numbers that there's actually a lot less young people and toddlers and infants than they actually had. Basically, the demographic pyramid
yeah. I think it was like the official Chinese stat. They say it's like I think it was somewhere like 13 or 12 million newborns in 2020, and I think it's in the first time, at least in China's history, that there were less births than the previous year, because it's always been a rise of more births than the previous year. But then they claim it to be 13 million, but it's probably far less than that, like actually under single digit in the sense that it's not in the 10 million, it's probably in the 9 millions.
I forgot where I saw it. This birth chart, it might have been on fucking 4chan or something. But the worst part about it is the actual women, the young women, were what was overcounted, including young female girls. Well,
yeah, and
so not only do you have not only do you have less people in general, but you have an even worse sex ratio.
Yeah, and actually there was another, I think it was like a Western kind of documentary or news clip, but then even Chinese men are now, trying to find like a Slavic or Eastern Bloc mail order brides.
Yeah, the China, is there a lot of trouble in China with this male sexlessness? Is the Chinese state?
There's 60 million more sausages than buns.
Really?
Yeah.
At least.
I mean, I would say that's a fucking huge imbalance.
That's horror. That's horror.
Oh, that's at least that much. That's probably worse.
Yeah, it's pretty horrible actually. There's no way you can possibly fill in all those buns. No way.
I mean that to me that's the definition of a horror film. I mean that's awful.
Yeah, it's like basically you need 5 sausages to a bun. There's not enough buns basically.
Yeah,
the only thing... Sorry, mate. Sorry, Jack.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, I keep interrupting you, Jack. Sorry, go mate.
I was gonna say something stupid anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah, the same thing's happened. I mean, I don't know much about from Asia, but Russian and East European females are some of the worst. Like when you're out there and you're talking to these people, that the females that they've got no conception of being a woman. Really, it's their idea of being a woman is getting married to a guy and then getting a good deal out of him when they divorce, and then maybe having a bit of having a few sexual encounters with men during their 20s and 30s, and then retiring all the money they've earned. It's Russia's population. I think it's low. It's probably approaching the low level of South Korea, maybe. Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised. It's like happening to every developed Western nation. Like this is a fucking global issue, not like a Korea or Japan issue.
Yeah,
like it was a problem for Japan 20 years ago.
It's literally a problem for everybody.
Yeah, it was a major problem back then for Japan, and they're basically 5 to 15 years ahead of the trend, canary in the coal mine, and you can actually see it's worse in Japan right now, right? Like polygyny is the norm. Like inkwells are completely excluded, but then men have turned into herbivores. Like a lot of them have accepted their fate and they're just coping and doing their hobbies and whatever. That's literally what's happening in the West too.
Yeah, West has the neats, China has the land flats.
Yeah, Japan's like hikikomori. China's the laying flat movement. Neat, I think, is still popular in SK.
God, 4 hours so far. We're going pretty good. Doing pretty good, guys. Good job.
It's pretty good high IQ discussion today.
Yeah, very good stuff going on.
Yeah, I still think the ESG one is like the biggest, latest development, I would say.
I warned y'all about that. It's literally like fucking how the Illuminati powers soy almost.
Right. It's the corporate. No. Like even the corporate companies are victims. Like they're being manipulated by the banks in order to conform. And once the corporations are in line, like we're so dependent on these big companies too, that no one else has like real freedom anyway. It's like everyone has to become sheep in order to follow.
Yeah, you got these.
Yeah, get woke or go broke. That's basically we had it wrong the whole entire time.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, in the USA, I think there's.
No, and before you go on, Jack, I kind of think Shift was wrong. Like, he says that the ESG isn't going to be a big factor, but
What?
like,
It already is a factor.
No. What I meant is like, he thought it was just probably going to be a US thing, but ultimately, in the world of global finance, whatever happens in the US will trickle down to the whole entire global economy at some point, So
Shit, the
even
US,
if they can
go ahead,
if they can get any of the tech giants, Amazon, Facebook, any of them to fall in line, like what hope does any other major international company have?
I mean, those
They
basically are global companies. Like
Yeah.
If you're impacting the U.S. market on that level, you're already impacting the global economy on that level. Everything else is just a little bit step more, but it's not that far off. Yeah.
Like in terms of the global market, like non-US and non-China, everyone else is simping to China. US is simping for China, but then at the same time, everyone else is also simping for the US global market because it is the second biggest market on the planet as well. So if the US falls, I think globally, this ESG bullshit will fucking infect the world with soy, literally.
What it's actually going to be a more of a leftist trend in the next few years.
Yeah. Like it's unfortunately you have to conform.
Yeah. Do you know that there's it's one of the most heartbreaking things I've researched recently when I should be studying. is Colombia. In my opinion, I mean, I know, a taste in females is down to it's subjective. It's it's individual. I think the Colombian women are the most attractive women on the planet.
Isn't the single mother rate like 85% or some shit?
I'm not sure, Jack. What I know is their birth rate's like down to like 1.2 or something, 1.3. They're another, and they're not even a third world country, Jack. First world country. They're, a lot of them are living in some pretty dire positions, but then they're dying out too.
Yeah.
And the world needs more. I mean, the world can do. I don't mean this horribly, but the world can do without Koreans, but they can't do without Colombians. They are pretty sexy, aren't they?
I'm at the stage where I just take anything almost. So.
Yeah. My standards have dropped. Drew Lux, what's your standards like? Are they high or low?
I would say low, man. I'm not gonna lie. I'll fucking take a 4 out of 10 girl any day.
I dropped to 3 now.
So basically, no standards, no expectations.
See, the thing is, it's like I have no delusions, right? It's like I'm not trying to get a girlfriend. If I get a girlfriend, great. But then, it's like even thinking Ape said, it's just like you just arrived at the start line. Then you got to struggle through the troubles of maintaining a relationship. And arguably, that's probably even harder than fucking trying to get a relationship in the first place. Like, I have no qualms. That's why bitches are just good for, what you think they are good for. Nothing long term.
Yeah. This is the thing. Like I read an article today, and they were talking about different men in that high status men. No one on this board has got the money of. Putin. Putin got cut. Brad Pitt, Elon Musk, Johnny Depp. These high status men. If these guys can't hold the line and
hold on. Jeff Bezos got divorced. Bill Gates got divorced. Like, these are some of the global elites, and they got fucking cucked by their wives. It's like
even the Lambs Max Dr. Dre motherfuckers got divorced.
Wait, I don't get the Vladimir Putin. Is that what you said? Like, I don't know how he got cucked.
I think he's been divorce raped.
Like divorce raped or just divorced?
I have to research it. This article said that Putin's been done over as well.
Wow. Okay.
And that's Putin. I mean, he's arguably the most powerful man in the world. He's not like Biden. He actually calls the shots in Russia. And
he still has his mental acuity and sharpness, even though he's also like in his 60s now.
Yeah, he's judo and all that, and in karate, and he's the Russian system is so different to the Western system. When I was out there, it's very authoritarian. The people don't really have much say in what goes on in Russia, and Putin just he says something, the government does it, and the people follow. He's got total power in Russia, and if he can be divorced, one of the most high status man in the world, if he can be pushed out into the divorce courts and ripped off, then what chances stem cells have we got of actually succeeding? And the fact of the matter is that you can be a Chad, it can happen to you. I think the thing that we've got to probably understand is that you might be able to reproduce with a woman, but your chances of having a healthy marriage and last long and the 1950s ideal. I don't wish to be black-pilled about this, but I think it's very unlikely. Yeah.
Yeah, even talking to my friend yesterday, right? Like, he has 3 sisters. It was like a black pill discussion, even though blue pilled. Like, his sister, one of them got married, had a kid. They're divorced now. One of his other sisters is like 31, and she's like desperately trying to get pregnant. Like, the guys, like, I guess they've been going out as a couple for like 6 months or something. And, he's telling me, like, everyone's like, yo, this is not a good plan. Like, you've only known this guy for like 6 months. Like, why are you trying to have a baby or, like a family with them? And, but then, it's like the biological clock's ticking. Like, he's telling me that, she's wanting to have a baby and all this stuff, and I'm just like, yeah, it's freaking black pill.
Yeah,
Brutal.
just because she has a baby doesn't mean she's aiming for a family.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously she wants the whole, what is it? The proverbial, like, your house, the white picket fence, 2.5 kids or whatever. But
At first, yeah.
yeah, but every family member can see, yo, this is a bad idea. Like, what the hell are you doing? But it's like you can kind of tell she's ignoring all these red flags, warning signs, and it's like they know what they want, they know it's wrong, but they're still going for it. It's like the single mother mentality.
That's the UK. I mean, that's the UK. If you, I live in quite a low socio-economic area. I live just outside the East End of London, and I would say that I think the poverty rate in just down the road from me is the highest in the country. It's one of the poorest parts of Britain. My area is not as bad, but it's still not middle class. It's a working class area. And you see single mothers walking around everywhere. And obviously we all know why, because the government has become the father, it's become the provider, so that they can get the Chad or Tyrone genetics and they can take them, and then the government can become the provider. And obviously that cancels out another opportunity for men to have this kind of I mean, Dulux, Jack, I asked the people on this board, do you think psychologically that men or women, I'm talking genetically, who do you think wants to have the family structure more? Who do you think wants to live in that marriage and kids situation with the long-term partner?
Men.
Yeah, I would agree. It's probably the guys.
I'd say the men, yeah.
As far as a single partner, men, yeah.
Yeah, and we're told that we're animals and we're not
Wait,
stable.
Jack, what did you say? As far as single parent, I didn't get that.
What I asked was, say like you've from a biological perspective, yeah. What would you say out of the two genders is most predisposed to desiring the family unit and the long-term one partner life throughout their life?
I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that it's men, and I think we have kids in the world because of men too. Because I don't know where I heard it, but I think women don't really want to have kids. You know.
It seems that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was lazy last night, and I was watching KS's stream. Usually I only just watch his highlight clips or whatever, but the full clips are up now, so then I could just skip through the parts where he's roasting the Stacys. But it's like the last one was like this one New Zealand woman. I think she's in her like 38 or 39 or whatever. And she's like, yeah, I want a husband now. And the discussion goes like, it's like, why do you want a husband now? And she fully admits to she didn't prioritize like marriage or any of this stuff. But then it's like when they describe what they want, it's like they just want a partner to basically it's just they want a beta buck simp. That's all it is.
Bro, they
And
want a gay friend.
yeah. And KS was like, so why would a man want to be with you? Like it's like it's not a fair deal. It's like you're used up roasty wanting to get like and it was so black pill. It was just like, yeah, I considered a man, but they're not attractive enough. And KS is like, what the fuck does attraction have to do if you're just gonna, rot your 60s and 80s alone and die alone? It's like you need to turn your notch down.
Does anyone here watch the Travis Blackpill channel?
Yeah,
no, I know of him. Yeah.
I
You like
haven't watched his stuff lately, but yeah, I know him.
Well, he does. I think he's from London. He does a lot of social experiments, and he did a video. I looked at it a couple of weeks ago called "I Don't Know What to Believe Anymore." And what he does is he goes around London. He takes photos of couples, and what he's noticing is that what we've been talking about for the last few years about the alpha male, the Chad, this masculine ideal with the height and the frame and the masculine facial features. It's not actually being displayed out there in society. And if you look at how people are pairing up today, you've got a lot of these soy boy, femboy types who are being who are pairing up with these good-looking women. And his postulation is that there is this masculization of the women, and they're looking for men who they can control. What do you think of that?
Yeah, black community already has that.
I think it's accurate.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's not a concept unfamiliar. I'll say over here for the black community, you have that on the economic side where a chick might get with a dude that's like isn't good economically.
Yeah,
but it'll still have all the masculine features, so she has like a sense of masculinity she can control and shit.
Yeah,
over there it seems like they're going for that physically.
Oh, right. You're saying what the black community in America, they're actually looking for the feminine traits, but not the actual feminine physiology.
More like a compromised male in whatever way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Except on the economic level, not on the physical one. And I'm not saying it's every case, but it does happen to a point.
We've got over here literal physical beta. I mean, I'm not, you can't help your genetics. But Travis Blackpill's showing it. You've got these soy boy kind of femboy physical betas, and their genetics are actually being selected for by the mainstream females. And he suggests that it's because they're easier to control. And if this could play into feminism, if you've got a whole generation of women who are I'll just say they're unnatural.
Hold on, Jack. I know exactly what you're trying to say, and I actually got a good example from nature. So, like it's no secret, like in nature, the male is more masculine and dominant, bigger size, more controlling, aggressive, etc., etc. And you look at the animal kingdom, I would say 95% of the case, it's like that. In the insect world, you might have like those tarantula females that are always larger than the male and actually even consume, like literally eat the male after, snuggles. Same with like the praying mantis, like the female is larger than the male.
And hyenas, I think, too.
Yeah, and hyena actually too. But then actually hyena society is actually more like what the world is turning into. But then there's technically no alpha female if you consider Nancy Pelosi one. But that's just a joke.
Also, the pseudo penises, that's a whole nother.
Yeah, so
heading towards there.
I have this clip on my computer, and like maybe I'll cut it. Yeah, it's part of the full documentary of the nature one. But there's this species of bird where actually the male is subservient and the females are more dominant, right? And so like they would literally grape the male bird for its genes, and then they would lay eggs and everything, and actually female birds would like fight each other to the death over the male, and whichever one wins, like it would actually kill the offspring, like literally like in a male lion pride, the dominant female will kill the chicks, and if there's any unhatched eggs would literally break them, and then quote unquote this turns the male into breeding time, and then like would literally breed with the male that she won over. It's like literally the reverse of what's happening.
Could that be happening?
So that's like it exists in nature is what I was trying to point out. and there are species that where the female becomes dominant over the male, but that's like one way that species has found a way to survive.
So, so like I think it's a wolf spider. There's some other bloating fish. Deep down in the sea, right? There's hyenas, and I don't know. You could point out like a couple few examples, but most of the time in animal kingdom, it's usually the male that's the dominant. Of the tribe or the society or the the I guess the alpha wolf or whatever.
Hmm.
And I would say it's an illusion right now that the masculine void concept or whatever we have running around, right? That it's a I guess a societal in a way forceful preference based illusion, because in the end men are three times stronger. The men are probably twice as
Yeah,
generally smarter
and
when you compare
yeah,
in sports, chess, whatever.
right. So I'm saying from the physical aspect, I don't deny the fact that the male is always going to be stronger.
Intelligence too, I would say. Intelligence too.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Like the male is probably better in physical aspects, right? Stronger, more muscle mass, can run faster, do sports better
Yeah.
than a
Stronger,
foid
better,
could
faster.
ever. Yeah. However, it's like it's the social and economic and dynamic societal pressure that will trump all of that shit, right?
Yeah.
So if you're a
Well, because we
male, you don't conform. I'm just saying, like, now the women have the higher paying jobs. Economically, they're doing a little bit better or whatever. If you don't conform, you'll get roasted by the white knight army, and even worse case, deleted or put in jail. It's like even though we are technically quote unquote stronger, like I don't fear a woman, physically ever. But then it's like it's the other thing, like they'll put me in jail. They're gonna cancel me, all this other shit. So it's like you have no choice. So as long as the societal
so
structure oppresses men, then this kind of reverse thing in nature might actually be possible.
Drellix, you know why you don't fear women physically?
Because I can knock them out any second.
No, because you weren't born in Generation Gamma yet. That's why. Soon as Generation Gamma comes along, like 2050, gonna have like 6 foot women and like 5'2" men.
Well, what's
Giants
that mean?
everywhere.
Yeah,
I think
like Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs and shit.
like the average teenage void
so
height
the closest
is
body. But the thing is, the closest body-wise ratio, weight and height, is actually in India in the world, where most of the male and females are.
Well, the great
And
wisdom is
India
gone.
is.
Oh, heck happened.
Did you get dropped?
He dropped out for a sec. That's all.
Oh
Woody,
shit!
go ahead.
Am I back now? Okay.
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
okay, I was saying the height and body weight ratio, the closest it comes to is in India. And if you guys know anything about India, India is, I think it probably even passed Euro cuckery.
Yeah, I would say so.
India is worse than Europe for cuckery.
Yeah.
It's like the further east in Asia you go, the worse the shit gets.
I thought Indians were quite based.
Well, they do
No,
arrange marriages, they cheat behind their back all the time, dude. In the way they aren't.
So they have family members that forcefully marry the guy that their sister or the female picks. But this cuckery is still very low in mostly Muslim countries. I'm not saying that it's not influencing, the Western culture is not influencing it, but Muslim countries are still pretty based in general terms.
Yeah, it's a matter of time for them too. Look, if Saudi Arabia is letting women drive, then it's over for literally everybody else.
I think there's an attempt in Western states because we've got quite a lot of Muslims in the West.
They're gonna get cooked too.
Yeah. I think there's an attempt by the mass media to start to break up their patriarchal enclaves that they've got in certain parts of Europe. They're trying to, because obviously that's a danger as time goes on, so they're trying to sort of liberalize the religion. But I always thought that India was. I've got a friend who spent years and years out there in India, and he told me that the women don't leave the house; they're indoors all day. They're like ancient Greece.
No, dude, there's a big female working class culture. Everybody, the three biggest pushed industries in India right now is tech, I guess, being in any medical industry, or even just right. And I think it's a business. Everybody is just to get their business degrees or technical support or be a doctor, and
You're borging out kind of hard, my dude.
You're turning into dust
and
with nonsense.
every time I do, fuck, hold on, I'll be right back.
Between you and Ronan, I don't know who the fuck is worse.
So India's gone as well. Then, I mean, if that's the case, that if the feminism's reached India and they've got all this careerism going on, then the Indian guys are going to be suffering what we all are. Then,
Jack Tisson, do you want me to tell you the only place on Earth that's left with any fucking hope?
Go on, tell me.
Sentinel fucking Island. You go to Sentinel fucking Island.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You go
Where's
there.
this?
It's some
My
little
God.
island off the coast of India, I think, that's protected and shit.
Oh,
You go there. Yeah, you go there. They will literally
Tropical
kill
paradise.
you. Yeah,
is
if
that
you go
the- is
there,
that the- yeah.
you go there. They will
Yeah.
literally kill you as soon as you reach the beach
I don't
and bury
blame
your
them.
body in the sand. They will not let anything in because they already got cut once and they learned their lesson.
Yep.
I don't blame them.
It's
Is that the
basically
people? Yeah.
it's basically a tribe of people that haven't been influenced whatsoever by the modern tech and the modern world. Like
Leave them to it.
I think like a missionary, like stranded ashore there, he got murdered. People that were driving by on the boat, like they're spears getting chucked at them. Like it's like ancient culture. The only race of people still not affected by modern world.
Yeah. I mean, I think the Australian Aboriginals the Australian Aboriginals in Australia.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the same shit that happened to the Native Americans on the U.S.
Yeah.
plains. It's like every tribe, including even in the Amazons, they used to be the Amazon tribe that was so remote that they just don't know any Western or modern human society. But then even that's over. Like I think.
Yeah, I've got affection for the Australian Aboriginals because of their. I've got a friend. I had a friend who was Australian, and he come to England, and he told me about how they behave in Australia, and the way he described it was so funny that it made me kind of have like an affection for that people, and they get given these houses out in Australia, and they don't have. They're not stupid. I mean, if you put them out in the outback, they've got survival skills that are beyond anything that could be thought about by any kind of television celebrity survival specialist you see on the networks.
Yeah, but still exists, right? But then even the what's those people? I forgot their like tribal name, but even in I think it's either West Africa, like the people that live in the Kalahari Desert. There's like literally less than a few hundred people that still traditionally
Bushmen.
practice the Bushmen of the Kalahari Desert. It's like there's less than a few hundred, and so
Really?
like give it another 20 years, 30 years, like they won't be a tribe on earth left that doesn't depend on modern living.
So there's actually not African tribes now that actually live like hunter-gatherer societies.
Yeah, like so I lived in Africa for a while, like in East Africa, and like like the Maasai tribe is like one of them. I think like the Sumburu tribe is one of them, and these are like all digital, not digital nomads, but like nomadic tribes.
Yeah.
Like they basically roam the land, and the cattle is the most prized possession. But yeah, even they are using cell phones. They're using GPS to find good grazing grounds for their cattle. Like, I
Yeah.
mean, where's the magic in
Yeah, my mate
in that,
told me,
right?
my friend told me that this is the same guy that spent time out in India. He said to me, I listened to a lot of his travel stories, and he said to me that when these East African tribes go hunting, they get the fucking bus. Yeah, they get the bus. He said they said they'll go from they live in a village, but when they go hunting, they get the bus. They'll get on a bus. Can you believe that? They'll get on a bus with their hunting equipment, and it makes sense. Obviously, get there quicker, but it does kind of lose that magic of being a
Yeah,
hunter gatherer society.
same with what's that place like north of New Zealand or Australia, the Papua New Guinea.
Papua
Oh,
New
yeah.
Guinea.
Yeah. Like even those tribes now, it's like westernized. Like they don't live in the jungles. The ones that still live in the jungle are getting less and less. They're all like congregating in villages and towns, and live in the modern shit like TV and air conditioning.
Yeah.
And then like it was disappointing because like what was that TV show like the BBC Planet Earth or whatever, or Human Planet?
Yeah.
And when you watch the behind the scenes, uh you watch behind the scenes, it's like it's all an act, it's a show. Like it's even the tribesmen are like, oh, the white people are here, put on the traditional stuff, pose for the camera, pose for the picture. Let's get some money out of these dumb whiteys, and it's all like fucking fake, dude.
Yeah. So they basically they actually live in a sort of modern technocratic society, but they do it as a show just to get a bit more money.
Exactly. And
That's so inauthentic.
I mean, I
You gotta
don't.
pull up the spears. You gotta pull up the AKs and bring out the spears and invite people around.
And I don't. I'm not saying it's necessarily the degenerate Western influence. It's just like the modern living is so comfortable.
Yeah.
It's for everyone, right? Like everyone wants electricity. Everyone wants a TV, air conditioning, like the basic shit. Like I mean, in the West, you rent an apartment. It's like heating, electricity, air conditioning. That's all like fucking standard. But like if you're living out in the jungle in the bush hut, like that shit's like fucking amazing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, running water, like a fucking hot shower, a bath. Like what is this? You guys live like fucking kings,
Do you remember
Where?
that Lux Maximus? He done a video on. He talks about this place in, I think it was Syria. He went out there before the war, in the early part of, I think it was 2006 or something. He went out there before it all went wrong out there, and there was all these problems. And he met a Syrian villager. He went up to the top of this mountain, and there was a guy in his 50s, and he was moping around on top of this mountain, looking out into the expanse of the desert. And he was complaining about his life. This Syrian villager, he was saying to this Westerner, because obviously, when you see a foreigner and he's going back to his own country, you generally speaking will tell him more information than you would a person who lives around you, because you're never going to see him again. Yeah. And he was telling him that his children have left the home, and he's just stuck with his wife in this hut. And Lux Maximus said something in this video. It was very profound. He said, "A poor Syrian villager is life mogging you in the West. This guy married a virgin. He's got a wife, a long-term wife, and he's reproduced with 3 children. Yeah, this guy,
Dude,
life.
I know that video. I know that video, and I like Lux Maximus, but that was completely wrong. Nobody's mogging you in that situation.
Well, he's mogging me, isn't he? He's mogging me. He's got a wife at home. He's mugging me. He's mugging me.
Yeah, but you are capable of having everything else if you don't have one. Yeah,
That
he's
one
probably
kind of
envious of you,
matters,
right?
bro. Like, hold on.
I'll trade.
I mean, I guess it does, but still, if you think about it, you have the world, you got everything in the world, but you just don't have that one thing, right? And that other guy has that one thing, but doesn't have much else in the world.
Hold on, we gotta slow down for that shit.
I would trade my life. I would trade my life. I would trade his life for my life.
That's basically what Jack
I
Vincent's
wouldn't.
talking about. Is basically geomaxing. People willing to trade all their Western shit just to have a functioning human society around them.
Yo,
Yeah, I'll
like,
trade my life.
isn't it fucking ironic too? It's like, I'm not saying limited to high IQ, but the well-to-do are basically saying fuck the West. I'm going to third world, find my Stacy or waifu, because the West is dead. It's like you can't attain what you want, and it's only natural to go elsewhere to find whatever you want or you seek.
That Syrian villager, I mean, if you look at it from a Western liberal perspective, the guy lives in a little hut or whatever, and he's a village. He's never gonna leave that village. Yeah, that was the point of the video. He's never gonna leave that village.
But you also remember what he said, that this villager does not have wings, right? And then he said, just don't lose your wings, boyos. I think it was something along the lines of that don't be this villager. He also mentioned that, which was, I think, a good perspective.
Yeah, but that guy. I mean, all right. Say you've got an inkwell who's a stem cell, and he's 46 years old. He's been sexless for the last 25 years, and he's living in New York City in a really nice apartment in the Upper West Side, and he's got all these material possessions, but he spends always evenings jerking off, and he's got he spends Christmas Day alone. Yeah. When he dies, he's a genetic dead end. But he's got like the Fight Club, Tyler Durden. He's got all these different material possessions. That means nothing in the end. That Syrian villager, he might not have all these perquisites of the modern capitalist world, but he's got.
I understand.
But
yeah,
nobody's willing to move. Nobody's willing to trade that life. You can't do that right now. Go be a part of some tribe. Go live in a village. But nobody's willing to do that.
I'll do it.
Well, you can't do that right now, no? All of us could do that.
I'll do it. If I could be offered some sort of
nobody's gonna offer you, dude. You guys, why don't you go to Syria? Just live in Syria, Max.
I would, without a doubt. Yeah, I'd go with an Arab Syrian woman. I would go with a woman from South America. Yeah, I would do it.
And if you're white, then all of Middle East is there for you. If you're black, then all of Africa is there for you. They would, they wouldn't question you. Just, hey, I just decided to leave the West. I didn't go the Ted Kaczynski route.
I gotta slow you down. I gotta stop you right there. That's not true for white people. If you're white, the whole world's open to you. Let me correct you. God damn it.
Okay. Yes, you're right. Yes.
JBW's law.
So just pretend like I wanted to test Kaczynski mass, not the terror. I mean, not do that, but I wanted to go off grid, right? Everybody can go off the grid, and you can go to such remote places.
Going off grid, though, like going off grid requires you to like sacrifice stuff, and beyond that, going off the grid requires also the government would just throw you off the land too at some point.
Plus, you're still a virgin.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Well, you could join the Amish. You could join the Mennonites. I think Mennonites are a bit more.
If you're white, I doubt you're gonna be able to do that if you're black. Join the Amish.
Yeah, right. But I mean, you go to East Africa.
Let me see Black Roland join the fucking Amish with his.
Well, the reality is that going to a third world country, you don't know the language, you don't know anything about the culture. How you're supposed to blend in and join a culture where you have no clue what you're doing.
Then you make an effort, right? That I want to be that old Syrian man with no wings. I gave up everything in the West to go live with this wife and then have 1 or 2 kids, maybe. It all depends on if you want to do that. You still can. In my opinion, we're very lucky in the West that we are able to do whatever we want in a way. We can still go Geomax we can get our waifus or whatever because we can. We still have that opportunity. It's still
I don't
achievable.
think that most people in the West are geomaxing though. That's the reality of it though. I think there's
Right,
increasing number of
right.
men who
Well, I mean,
are, but
that's
like most people in the West probably couldn't even afford to geomax like the way like most people can't even afford to do
yeah,
these
dude. But
escorts. Like they can't even afford to do these basic things like the basic copes.
well, they could still pay for play. They could still
Oh
escort
yeah, I'm
max,
trying to say
right?
like
But
you can use the cheap ones, sure, but like if you want to get like the
yeah,
real
exactly.
high end ones, yeah, it requires some money. But
Yep. But dude, mystery. Okay, so if I'm poor, are you gonna help me? Are you gonna help me
what do you mean by help
or
you?
like
Like help
make
help you within Woody Johnson or help you in the abstract?
no, like literally, hey dude, can you teach me? I'm a drug addict, right? Can you teach me how to money max, bro, so I could
Well, the problem
make
is
some
that a
money in
drug addict
Geomax?
has far more problems in his life
Right, exactly.
than just
It's
like
not
not
your
getting
burden or
laid.
my burden, right?
Not my burden per
Right.
se, but like the reality is that guy being a drug addict, it does affect my life to some extent because like he's out there doing crime. I got crap over my fucking neighborhood and crap like that. Typically, neighborhoods that have drug crime in it have lower poverty rates. It does affect me to some extent. So like
Of
helping him
course,
could be in my best interest to some extent. Trying to get this guy
of
out of
course.
this so we can get him on his feet again. So
Right, I get that part, but there's still to an extent that if somebody, okay, if they want to improve, they're going to either seek for help or find answers for themselves, right? But if they don't, like you just mentioned, oh, you can't generally do that. Yes, I get that, but it's the burden of proof is on them, not on you or me or two jacks over here or Drawlix or anybody. Dusty, it's not our burden. We do the best we can, right? And we're
well,
able to
yeah, it's not our
geomax
burden. I mean,
because we're in the West.
we all have burdens at the end of the day. I don't expect you to
Right.
pick up someone else's cross to some extent.
Yeah.
The reality is that everybody's got problems, everybody's got issues, and like this idea that you can like solve all those problems and with the snap of your fingers and get things over with is really really childlike, really to believe that. So, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I kind of go with, okay, it really depends on the individual and regardless of what they want to do. People came from the ghettos and made something of themselves. People had a lot of money and overdosed on drugs, right? So there's a bunch of different situations. It really falls down to everybody. If we really want to have the life of that Syrian guy and pretend like he's mogging us, right? Then okay, why don't we can always become that Syrian guy, right? Or you could choose to, I don't know, geomax or basically screw yourself over. Why just go get married to somebody outside of us, bring them home, and then see what happens, right? So in the end, we really can't do much other than basically put ideas out there and see what people want. But I honestly don't think that guy was maybe for looks Maximus, that old Syrian guy that will never have an opportunity to get out of wherever he is. Maybe he mocks Lux Maximus, right? But I know no Lux Maximus would not trade positions with that guy because he left Syria, right? That's my point.
I would trade with him. I would trade with him.
That Syrian guy left Syria for economic reasons, but there's a lot of people that would trade for social reasons. Like you gotta take this shit
with him.
Yeah, you gotta take this shit by subject by subject. Cause like on the economic level, yeah, you definitely wouldn't want to be the Syrian guy. On the social level, he is clearly mogging the fuck out of a lot of people.
Yes.
There's no way to get around that shit. There's nobody in the fucking America who can get a fucking virgin wife.
Yeah, this is not gonna happen. I made that argument a while ago when it's like people looking for fucking waifu out here, and it's like, you're not gonna find a waifu, dude.
Yeah, like if there was somebody selling virginity on eBay who's a chick, the shit would go for millions of dollars. Like
yeah, if you go
no
for
cap.
millions, yeah.
And this
So have
fucking
you
poor
guys?
Syrian guy has it, right?
So in my opinion, I think it could only happen with guys that are in the West, that have I guess are financially stable enough to go back to their second or third world country, wherever you're from, and either through family or some poor tribe or whatever. I think that's still achievable of having that pure version vagine, right? I think that's still possible, but you need to be financially stable and also come from another country, basically, and be in the West to do that. I mean, what do you guys think of that? I think that's the only way it's possible.
I think the second and third generation immigrants, they're pretty much fucked. First
Yeah.
generation, you might be able to make some moves, but after that,
What?
your kids are born here, it's over.
So I was gonna say, like, I think obviously I'm one of the few exceptions, but then, like from the average worker's perspective, even back then when I was a poor broke cell, right? Like, if you really put your mind to it, like you can save some money, right? Like I mean, I was working minimum wage, $15 an hour, $18 an hour, might have been slightly better here and there. But then, I was still able to save, like, let's say $100 a month, $200 a month. It's all about being frugal, like disciplined and this and that. Like, assume you do that for a couple years. I mean, it's not like you're gonna have like a massive savings, right? But it's still possible to save up like 5K, maybe 10K. Obviously, nothing bad happens major, like your car broke down and you need money now, or you got some medical bills from an injury or sickness or whatever. But the point is, it's like, even though you're making the average income, it's like it's still possible to save, let's say 5K at the end of the year. But even that 5K going over to third world, that's quite a bit. It's like, 5K is like 3 years worth of salary, and compared to like some, poor village dweller in some third world.
Yeah, yeah. There's
So
something.
I'm just saying, it's all about perspective, and obviously the more money you have, the better. But then it's still doable to some extent. I
Yeah,
think just most
Yeah.
people aren't willing to give up their beer money, cigarettes money, or any other Coke money.
do you know there's from the because we were talking about the other thing earlier, like the old technocratic control and that, but from the actual perspective of the problem we've got at the moment in the West of these, these one in three men who are basically living these sexless, miserable lives.
Genetic waste, yes.
Genetic waste, and a lot of the times we're not, Jack. It's sometimes it's sociological reasons. I think for true cells, it's political. The solution, as I said earlier, about giving true cells access to gigastasis 3 times a week from the sex industry.
Yeah,
But
it didn't. My bad. That didn't even mean. When I said that, it didn't even mean like, oh, they're ugly. I just meant.
oh yeah,
for
we are
whatever
genetic
reason.
waste. Yeah, we're genetic dead ends at the moment, and but the answer, most incels or inkwells, they like to demonize us as monsters and all that, but we're just men that have been pushed aside. The answer is what you've got, everyone knows you've got the giga chads and the thing is they're getting fucked over now because they're going through the divorce courts and no fault divorce. The problem for them is sociological. They can pair up with a Stacey or a Becky, and then she can change her mind 5 years into the marriage, and then she's taken everything he's got, and the Mr. Giga Chad's got to go on to the next one. And it doesn't matter if he's a Giga Chad because the system is against him because he's a man. But then you've got the normie guys, and these are their own race. This is what Travis Blackpill was saying. He was saying that like Chad's their own race with the Tyrones, the Chads, and the Chains. Oofy doofies, yeah, the types of guys that are the stable conformist guys who are backbones of society. Women select beaters because they produce beaters, and it's adaptive on a Darwinian level. Because the more beaters, functional beaters you produce in a society, the more society survives. I think this is selected for by females. The beaters are selected. If you're not an oofy doofy beta male, or you're not you're not some sort of Chad race, yeah, and you're just like a guy's a bit defiant, then you haven't got a place in this society. So the answer for
Yeah,
but
Jack,
the thing
not to cut you off, right? But even in one of the conversations I was having with my friend, because we were talking about relationships and stuff, and I just said, like, never lead with your wallet because that's all you will ever be. And he was talking about his friend, and he managed to get a girlfriend, right? But then he offered to pay rent, the entire thing. And my question was like, okay, does he make enough FU money to the point where you can actually pay rent for a void as well? And the answer is like no. So then, he's going into that relationship as like the fucking, Beta Bucks insurance plan. And yeah, sure enough, like, he's been telling me horror stories of like how she's been treating him like basically almost like a dirt slave, to the point where it's like, they're like so afraid to lose the relationship because they know that's like the last thing that they can get. It's like this fucking male desperation that, I told them straight up, like, I would walk away. Like, fuck
Yeah.
it. I've been lonely all my life, but I'm not gonna go through that fucking bullshit just to have
See, but here's what I don't get, right? That how do, and maybe it's the around 45% single parent birth rate in the US, but where are the parents to I guess watch out or warn their kids of scammers like this, right? And how do you get to a point where this is what you would do, basically to keep a validation of a woman? Where is the mom? Where's the dad?
I would,
Yeah,
Right
I
in
would,
the
an-
end.
I would,
Woody,
an-
hold on, Jack. You'll go next, but it's literally kind of outlined from watching KS's video yesterday. So this like 22-year-old Foyd claims that she's wife material, and like KS just shuts her down, and it goes to the exact same question. It's like KS is like, go talk to your mom. Like, go, are your parents married? Yeah, they've been married 20 plus years. Okay, so she might be a successful wife. Like, why aren't you learning from your mom? Like, your mom does, or and then she's like, my mom doesn't teach me anything. It's like, looking back even at the old days, it's like my parents taught me how to cook. My mom taught me how to cook. My mom was teaching my sister how to cook. It's like some of these like fucking basic life skills need to be taught by the parent. I think the problem is like there's already at least 2 to 3 generational gaps from when parents used to still do that, maybe like from the 50s, 60s, and 70s. But like the fucking kids growing up today, they literally don't know jack shit about like some fundamental basic life skills. And so these are the fucking parents of the single mom generations, and then their kids are the byproduct of that fucking shit. So it's like shit on top of shit. Like they don't know jack shit is the point. And KS is like, well, if you don't know shit, like you're gonna have to bite the bullet and pay somebody to teach you. Like, education is not free, which I kind of agree. Like the
Even
modern
with that
women,
education, though, you probably wouldn't have like you wouldn't be able to retain it at some point. Like when you're like 20 something years old, you have less
Yep.
elasticity to even retain that information to begin with. Like
Exactly.
it would have had to have been taught like to you like back when you were like 10, 15, like I don't even younger than that.
Yeah, he was literally like, okay, it's unfortunate that your mom died when you're 16. Like, what did you know when you were 16? You didn't know jack shit. And the women from back in 1950, 1960, I mean, they were basically ready to be housewives before 18. So why the fuck do you not know anything about being quote unquote a wife material woman at age 16? And so,
Yeah.
you got these like fucking 28-year-olds, 30-year-olds, they're like, oh, after they done writing the CC, now it's like, oh, I'm ready to be a housewife. Like, bitch, you needed to be training like 15 years ago.
Yeah, yeah, it really is.
It's deeper than that. You're supposed to see that your whole fucking life.
Yeah,
By
yeah.
the time you're 15, you're supposed to have 15 years of experience seeing what a fucking wife was supposed to act like.
Yeah, saying what a wife
Exactly.
was supposed to do and what a dad was. Yeah, so
Like, oh yeah, I know what that is. Like my mom used to do
Exactly.
that all the
yeah,
time. Exactly.
cooking and cleaning and being a good wife and being a good person. Yeah, so what's
Or
different
or
about
maybe
this
it's the
generation?
or
But
maybe it's the freedom and the degeneracy that people inherently want to do, especially Foids. They see the fun, they see the charm in it, and they would ignore even if their parents taught them something, or even when they observe, they would just ignore that and just follow the societal standards.
Woody, it's not people. It's literally just women.
No, I didn't say. I said Foids. I corrected
Yeah,
myself. I was
yeah,
saying
you had-
people, but I said Foids.
It's like nobody told them to be hoes. Like none of the general male
Right,
populace.
right. But it's fun. It's fun to be a sloot.
Yeah. Also,
Yeah.
you know, the mothers fail their daughters. That's like the biggest
Yes.
topic too.
Yes.
Now, is now one of the one to get at is deeper than what you're saying. You have to think about what kind of fathers are being selected for. Not no
Yes, Jack.
husbands.
Yes.
Yes, Jack.
Yes.
Jack, you're right.
Because if the dude she married, like your stepfather, whatever, if he fell for the trap in the first place, he can't tell your ass how to dodge it.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah.
So, like, if you're a male born to that shit, where you have like a strong mother and a weak father, it's over. They don't even have the information to pass down to you to tell you how to dodge
Even
it.
even conservatives tell their daughters to you're gonna go straight to college and then you're gonna be married. By the college, they're ran through and they're done. They don't even want to be in home. They want to work and make money.
And by
Yeah.
the time you're out of college, you in your fucking mid-20s if you're going for a master's or some shit.
Yeah.
but
Yep,
the
exactly.
the last clip from KS was this Asian chick, and she's 22, non-college graduate, but she's working, making 30K a year, and moved away from her parents, and then she's like ready to be a
Mistake.
wife. I'm just like, see,
Stupid.
like as a man, you know, it's like fucking bite your tongue, bite your pride or whatever. At 22, I'd be living with my parents, still working, but saving up all that money. You know, of course you got to contribute to the household, but then, you know, you don't need to move out on your own and, you know, try to be fucking independent. Like the word independent literally came out of her mouth.
Or dude, buy a house right next to your parents. So in case, right? I'm not saying nobody does that. You know, in case you're married and you know your wife's at home, your parents are making sure that it's your kid. It's not the mailman's kid or the trash man's kid or the Amazon's kid, right? Amazon dude's kid or UPS dude's kid, right? That's another big thing that we don't have anymore, and we don't even have genes to like. It's not even our kids, so we're not passing nothing on, regardless of beta buxton and marrying, right?
Yeah. Either way, I gotta end this pretty soon, guys. I gotta get going pretty soon, so yeah, for sleep, stuff like that. So, all right, let's do some fucking last words. All right, Woody Johnson, last words.
I'm gonna steal Drawlex's line. You know, stay based. Let the black pill guide you, boys.
All right, my dude. See you next time. Jack Nickelback, my dude. Last words.
Yeah, I thought of this for like several hours. If you want to ascend, all you have to do is geomax to Sentinel Island. Without
All right, my dude.
All right, let's
See you next time, my dude. See ya. Jack Tisson, my dude. Last words.
Forget about the 21st century and go your own way, but make sure you have a good time.
All right, buddy. See you next
All
time,
right.
my dude. Drolic, my dude. Last words.
Yeah, stay based. You know, even if you don't make a lot of money, it's still possible. Keep stacking your bread. Get
All
the
right, my
fuck
dude.
out when you can.
Heard that. See you next time, my dude. Dusty Jones. Last words, my dude.
Hey, it's nice to have the gang back together. You know, it's like the stream made me feel better. Nice to feel normal once in a while. So thanks for
Yeah,
having
feels
me.
good,
man.
right? That's a good shit right there, right? Good shit.
Hope we can
Ah, my
continue
dude.
this for the near future. So
Yeah, we'll
have
keep
fun
it
this
going
week.
for sure.
Enjoy your holiday.
All right, dude. See you next time.
Peace.
All right, then there was one. Let's cut the music off. Oh god. Wonder how people actually like the synthwave shit. Chill wave. We'll figure it out. Hope you guys had a good one. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I haven't streamed in such a long time for 5 hours, so a few of you guys got 5 hours of content out of me today. So good job. Hope you guys have a good rest of the week. Or a good rest of the week coming up. I got tomorrow off, so I gotta get some sleep anyway. I'm pretty tired. I'm gonna get some sleep, head to the gym tomorrow, and then do my thing for the rest of the week. So, all right, guys. Hope you guys have a really good rest of the week. Hope you guys enjoy. Peace out and cheers. No, not and cheers. But peace out, my dude. Hope you guys have a good one. All right, guys. See you on the flip side.